Cards, World, Heavyweight, Tag, Team, Championship. 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 Cards, World, Heavyweight, Tag, Cards World Heavyweight Tag Team Championship.
Welcome, Cards fanatics, to the Cards World Heavyweight Tag Team Championship 2022. This is Rocco Giordano, CEO of Team Heavy Productions. And today, we have a lot of sponsors to read off. We have a $400 prize for some very, very, very talented cards players out there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome one, welcome all. All right, we're going to get straight into it. So, we got, first off, we got a crazy list of sponsors here, okay? We got YouTube.com. I love that site. I watch so many videos, so many funny cat videos, so many. I watch unlimited YouTube videos. I spend all day in bed watching YouTube. All right? So, we got YouTube out here. I love that site. Can't speak highly enough about it. YouTube TV, you get a 1 hour free trial of any TV show you want. You can watch 1 episode, 2 episodes if it's a 30-minute show. I love it. All right. That's great. Xbox 360, not to be confused with Xbox One. We are sponsored by Xbox 360. Thank you very much for your sponsor. Red Ring of Death does not happen anymore. Weezer Tour. So, that song, hep, hep, there's an island on the sun. I don't know the rest of the lyrics, but it's awesome. They're on tour right now, 2022. Buy your tickets now. They're selling quick. Ed Hardy. We all love Ed Hardy. Hardy? we all know Ed Hardy. I love his clothes. Thank you, Ed. Okay, Family Guy. What are those good old-fashioned values on which we used to rely? Okay, this is Family Guy, Stewie Grown Up. New show. Bucket Hat Gaming. I don't know much about that. Okay, we're going to skip past that sponsor. Very nice. Target. It's the store. It's like Walmart, but Crosshair, not Walmart. Okay. This one I frequent a lot when I am in the Newark, New Jersey area. Family Liquors, Newark, New Jersey, down on Broad Street. Check it out. I got a Voodoo Ranger from there. Got me twisted. I am done tonight. All right. GameSpot, not to be confused with GameSpot or GameStop. Sorry, no, I get them mixed up. It is not a scam. People comment on their advertisements saying they're a scam. They're not a scam. They are a game seller. They sell games, and they are great. They have so many games on there. I got Crash Bandicoot on sale, $30 off of retail price. $40 it was retail price. I got it for $30. Okay, that's great. So Berkshire Hathaway, they are a realtor, the retail, or no, I don't know. I don't really know. I think they're a developer. They're great. They do houses, they do apartments, they build big buildings. All right. Next up, we got Etney Skateboards. They sent us skateboards, which we threw out because we only skate Element, Toy Machine, and Tony Hawk. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so we got GamerBox. It is a subscription service. They send you Funko Pops. They send you fucking gamer snacks. They got limited flavor Mountain Dews. They have other shit gamers like. They love that shit with the creatine. What is that? G Fuel. That's our next sponsor, G Fuel. Love that shit. Um, okay, GoBrides.net. I got a couple good ones on there. We got divorced, but we had a thing. We had a good thing going. All right, Macintosh computers. If you don't know about Steve Jobs, you know now. He makes great products. Okay, Crack and Kratom. I'm off it right now. Actually, I'm very. If you noticed, I am very calm. I am very relaxed. I am like right here. I'm staring at the camera. That's because I'm off Kratom. All right, we got Urban Decay. I don't. What's Urban Decay? Oh yeah, they do makeup. They do makeup. So I saw it on TikTok and I was like, that makeup kit looks great. I got one for somebody I knew. All right, our next sponsor. I love this one, Fleshlight. All right, next up, Pink Sauce. Pink Sauce. You know Pink Sauce? It's a TikTok like trend right now. I don't know. Doing it. Everybody's buying the pink sauce. They're saying it's like they don't know how like the ingredients. They don't know the calories. They don't know like if it's like actually food safe. They are selling it as a non-food product. Although you can put it on sandwiches and you should because that's what it's made for. It's great. It tastes great. I love that shit. All right. Next up, my favorite sponsor so far. This is something that I think that there should be a law that everybody in the United States should have this. Like sent in the mail. I don't know, I don't know, some sort of whatever. Voodoo Ranger. Okay. Next up. We got Ugami debit card for gamers. I love this. They made a debit card for gamers. And you get these things. You spend money. Say my fridge. I looked at my fridge today. No Mountain Dew. So I went over to Walmart. Guess what I got? Code Red. And guess what? You get these things called Oogie Points, right? Oogie Points. UGIPOINTS, I think. And what happens is those are reward points that, you can go on the, what is it called? Ugami website. And you can spend these Oogie points on gamer gifts for yourself, gamer gifts for your friends, more Funko Pops, which we are not sponsored by. And what I spent all my Oogie points on, our next sponsor, Dude Wipes. Are they flushable? I'm not sure. They're pretty big. They don't look flushable. Like most plumbers say that, flushable wipes, you're not supposed to flush them down. These ones definitely probably not, but I can't say. Like, they say they're flushable on the packaging. Dude Wipes. Counter-Strike global offensive. It's a game. White Owl. We are sponsored by White Owl Cigarillos. And I love these because they taste so good. They have so many flavors. I actually, most people buy them for smoking weed. I guess I just love the taste of the natural tobacco. I don't take anything out of it. I love it. They are not a blunt wrap to me. They are a perfect cigar. My next sponsor here, Adam and Eve. It's an adult website. All right, next up, McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. So, next sponsor, all right? Tinder. It's a site I use a lot. Gotta say, I have a decent amount of success on this one. And it all is because of this one picture up here. I'm going to point towards it, and they're going to put something on the screen here, and that's my picture that I get the most what off of. All right, next. Magic the Gathering, the game right now, okay? That's a great game. They got cards, they got mana points, it's like a fantasy sort of game. I know people that play it. They say it's good. All right. Next up, we got Tap Out clothing brand. Tap Out. I guess they're not the UFC. I think they have Under Armour or something else now. I don't know. Tap Out. All right. Next sponsor, Gamers Gate. Okay. This is a gray market game retailer, not a scam. It's the least safe. It's the least safe right now compared to Kinguin and G2A, but it is not a scam. It's not a scam. They will not steal your credit card information. This is not games that are bought off of stolen credit cards. This is a completely legitimate site. I actually recently bought Goat Simulator for 79 cents. 79 cents for Goat Simulator. That is, let me look right now. 70% off of MSRP. That is retail price of $5. And that is what percent? I'm not going to do the math right now, but that's a lot. That's a lot of percent. Uh, okay. Next up, we got new Mario game. I was playing it, pretty shit. I don't know what to do. I mean it. I think it's a platformer, but they're also trying to do like a little Grand Theft Auto thing, a little bit of like RPG. I don't get it. All right, next sponsor, Oakley Sunglasses. Oakley Sunglasses. They block out the sun. All right. Next sponsor, Crypto.com. I buy and sell. I trade a lot on this sucker. You're going to love this site. All right. Next sponsor, Bespoke. It is much like the gamer box, except it is not a box for gamers. It is a box for men, men only. And I'll tell you what, they send you hatchets. They send you. They send you stupid shit. They send you stupid shit in the mail. I don't get it. It's like they send. They send you good stuff. All right. Next up, Deezer. You don't know a song? Wait. Is that? Oh, no, that's Shazam. Wait, is Deezer the same as Shazam? Old file sharing website. Somebody in the audience said it's an old file sharing website. But you know, it's great. It's great. Whatever. All right. Next up, movie coming out soon. Seinfeld 2: The Revenge of Kramer. All right. Next up, Raw. Do they mean the weed company Raw? Next sponsor, SmackDown versus Raw. No, it wasn't the weed company before. Okay. Next sponsor up, AOC, AOL. So AOL.com. What's that sound? Oh, dial up. All right. Cookie butter cold brew from Dunkin' Donuts. It's actually pretty good. It tastes like a Starbucks drink. It's not donuts. It's actually pretty good. I actually love this drink in real life. I love it. Okay. Next sponsor, Taco Bell wings. You should try out the Taco Bell wings. They're pretty good. I didn't think they were going to be good. Everything else from Taco Bell, not that great, but like not that bad. Taco Bell wings, pretty good. All right. Next sponsor, Forever 21. Forever 21. They're still open. They're online. All the brick and mortar is closed to my knowledge. They're still open. All right. Next sponsor, 21 Savage. 21 Savage new album. So excuse me. I need some Voodoo Ranger. All right, next sponsor, Heelys. They're banned. When I went to elementary school, everybody was riding in Heelys. All right, every single person I knew was riding in these fuckers. And guess what? I got a pair. I could not ride for shit, but you know what's even better? They were banned before I learned how to ride. Next up. Ripstick. Can't believe they still make these. That is honestly insane. People still ride these things. All right, next up. Jaden K's Ripstick tutorials. You can watch them on YouTube, I think. I don't know I'm not sure about that. Next sponsor, U.S. Army. All right. All right, next up we got a very special sponsor here. I used to use this website religiously. Mega Upload. I miss that guy. All right. So, next sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends. It is a mobile game, I believe. Is that right? Oh, yeah, Raid. Okay. So, next sponsor, Jewel. So I don't know what's going on right now. They're saying they're getting rid of like flavored vapes and shit. So Juul, I think they're getting rid of the last two flavors. It's just gonna be like a nicotine vapor juice. It's not gonna have any flavor. Not quite sure like what they're doing. Like I don't know. It sounds like they want to go out of business, but they can't. Um, all right. Next up, Goldstein and Lonberg, hoverboard professional injury lawyers. I got in the most horrific fucking hoverboard personal injury situation. And thanks to Goldstein and Longberg, I was able to get $25,000 from one of the hoverboard guys. Um. Okay. Next up, O'Brien and Leary, only Irish law firm. They're the only Irish law firm I could find, and they wanted to be our sponsor. I don't know if like they only serve the Irish or if it's like a I don't know. But they're very proud of the Irish heritage. All right, next up, Trapped. That's trapped with a T, two T's. Not a ed. All right, next up, NASA. They, I'm not sure what missions they got up next, but they're pretty cool, pretty crazy. All right, they got you know what NASA does. I'm not gonna explain it. Next up, um, Pad Thai. I think it was supposed to be a sponsor for like a specific Pad Thai like fast casual restaurant, but I don't know, something got lost like with the sponsor, and I don't know exactly what the name of the restaurant is, but you can get Pad Thai in any city, and it is really good. It is like one of my favorite meals. Okay, next up. Minions 2. Uh, it's crazy what they do. So next up, Applebee's or Chili's. Either one, whatever is closest. Uh, I, I, from what I can tell, the menus are the same, and like I think Applebee's has the margaritas $1, $2. They're pretty cheap. All right, next up, the blue alien from I'm Blue, Abadi, Abadai, Abadi, I'm Blue, Abadi, Abadai, Eiffel 65. Um, next up, Delta 8 Airlines. Not to be confused with Delta Airlines. They're different. They're different. Uh, all right. Next up, we got Akabalach 22, who we are now going to in the studio in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. You're going to love what he has to say.
Hello, friends. I am here in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Holy shit, it is so epic here. Are you ready for the Cards World Heavyweight Tag Team Championship? Yeah, I have been smoking, drinking skinny gold, cocktails, listening to Weezer, and trading crypto on crypto.com all day. This will be a hell of an event.
All right. Oh, okay.
Woo!
Hello.
Hello, and welcome to Cards World Tag Team Titles 2022, the second annual. I am Raging Jim Kramer. We are here in beautiful Lancaster, Pennsylvania for our second annual Tag Team Tournament. Oh my God. All right. We're going to get started here. We're going to roll right into it. Our first match is going to be Bison versus Bamboo. Let's take a look at some decks here real fast. This is no foreplay here. We're going right for it. Bison 1. So Bison coming today with a pretty classic mobilized list. If you know Bison, if you've run into this guy on ladder, there's a good chance that you've just been sad as his Potez is healing for 1 billion health and you lose and you get really pissed off. We're going right up against Bamboo, who is bringing a pretty bog standard Jagro. So we're going to see a really classic matchup here. Bog standard. So obviously, if we can get some health on that mobilized deck, then we are going to see it. Oh, we have two mice. We have two mice. Trying to control one cursor.
So is this the same Bison who is the fourth in the World Cup 2021?
It is.
What's WC?
Look a little closer at the sheet. We didn't spring for big font. Oh, we have our reading glasses on. World Championship.
World Championship.
Or World Cup.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's cool.
Basically the World Cup of cards.
All right, let's get into our first match here. We're going to follow Bison's mobilized deck against the unknown hand of Bamboo's Jagro. Bamboo's Jagro. All right, thank God, because I thought spectate mode might not have been working. Woo-hoo. All right, professional quality stream. Bison going first. We'll see what he mulligans here. You know he loves to have that parachute unit. He's gonna and a regiment. You know we got plenty of mobilized here. Right in the beginning, I'm sure that he's going to keep some of that. Bamboo going second with Jagro against a unit that, or I'm sorry, a deck that's able to put a lot of healing on the board. That is not an ideal situation for him off the bat. The matchups in this format are tight. You do not have a lot of room. We already know what we are going to see. Are going head versus list. And their deck matchup is locked in. You can pound exclamation mark decks and get those deck lists. You can pound exclamation mark decks underscore CN if you are one of our Chinese friends watching, not understanding anything I'm saying or understanding anything. Very good English. Bison not with a lot of options, just teasing the front line with his mobilized units. Looks like we put the wrong deck list image up earlier. Bamboo obviously playing US frontline, not Jagro. which is correct here. That is the deck we have him marked down for deck 1. That is slight mistake on that screen. Don't worry about it. Bison really going over his options here. Got that. I don't know. I assume that he's considering his research option. Yep, and he goes with that. He's just going to grab radar. He's going to grab more health. It does make a very nice push sound. So this is a totally different matchup, obviously. US frontline probably better equipped to deal with this than Jagro, although still might not be the best option, especially if big, beefy, mobilized units can get in the front line. Bamboo's going to have a hard time. Warble wins. Now the Warble wins gaining that extra damage off of the engineers. Those give that a damage when it moves into the front line. Warble wind also causes airplanes, both fighters and bombers, to come in pinned. Don't think that the Potez was a real option anyway, but that would have come in pinned for anybody unfamiliar. Show us the cat. Ooh, chat wants cat. Ooh, chat wants cat. Chat will probably get cat. Bamboo going over his hand. What could he have here?
I guess we'll never know.
Never. We'll never get to know. He's going to pass the turn just so we don't know. And then the second Warble wins. Bison sitting with some really nice combo pieces here. He's got Potez, he's got Honeys, he's got Regiments. He's going to be healing. Got Pin for that Warble Wind. Or he could just kill it, sacrifice the 4-2. Getting a double trade out of that 1-cost unit, obviously super valuable. That's exactly what he goes for. Just throws out both Honeys. Does look at him. These are my boys. Might be. Which it might be. Red Devils in the front line. That is going to be annoying. Oh, and the Sky Train. We're getting units.
Sky Train.
That's really important for Bamboo. He's establishing huge board presence here, establishing his front line with his US frontline deck. Some say that that is important. How that deck is played.
Debated.
It's debated. Bison has a lot of options here, including just draw. I assume that he maybe waits one more turn and tries to catch a full back line with that shelling to cause a really, really uncomfortable pin situation. Jazco, not the best thing for that first Skytrain roll. He's got a lot of passive units in his back line now, kind of clogging that up. We might even see him throw that Engineers away into a Honey, because that's not a bad trade for him. Probably tired of seeing health on Bison's board anyway. We got follows and subs and all sorts of stuff rolling in. Thank you, everybody. Another great year of cards. We got a great bracket here. We probably should have, shown that before.
Yeah.
Probably would have been a really good idea. The RN Kitty Hawk, a newer addition to Mobilize, can also be very annoying. Going to be a ping of damage to the HQ of Bamboo and a ping of health to Bison's HQ for every unit either player deploys. I would have to imagine that this is the shelling turn. Takes a credit from Bamboo. Yeah, as soon as he grabs it immediately. And that's going to be almost a pass turn for Bamboo. He's going to have an order to play if he has anything to do here. Another we can do it from Bamboo would be pretty dreadful for Bison. He would not appreciate that. That would be a really good turn for Bamboo. We might just see a pass here. We do. The Kiefer Sutherland drawn in the hand.
Favorite Keith yourself.
Was he in anything that wasn't 20?
I don't know who he is.
He's the guy from 24.
Okay. Jack Bauer?
Yes. That's the Keith. That's the Keith. Other Potes. Oh my. Things can get really snowbally here for the health total for Bison.
Got the draw there, right? On the parachute? Oh, yeah.
Gonna be draw and health.
Oh.
That's a regiment ping. That's a Potes ping. That's a Kiefer ping. Combos.
I like lurking.
Yeah.
Do you see the frame?
It's uncomfortable for me, but I'm sure it's comfortable for everyone else.
The frame is nice.
Better than most. Bamboo does not like his position here. Ed's deck is Feigned Retreat Jagro, his deck one, which is, I believe, how we got confused on our deck list screen. That is going to be going up against List's German-Italy Control. Very, very classic matchup that we've all seen go both ways. We're going to see if a high roll can take that home for Bamboo, or I'm sorry, for Head and Bamboo. Head and Bamboo, of course, staying up late all the way in China just to join us today and play. We're so glad to have them, both coming off of top 4 World Championship appearances this year. Just incredible years for both players. Enough to make any intrepid host extremely jealous. Draw here. Supply shortage is fun. Carpet Bomb also fun. That AoE is going to be super helpful against a big board deck like the one Bamboo is playing. Lo-fi beats to study in cards too. Kitty Hawk can be. Since our team didn't bring it. Ooh, Herbal. My man's pointing to the stands. You know, Babe Ruth, that international athlete. Thank you for obviously not watching the World Cup. I'm sure that no one has us on a second screen right now. I'm sure that all of our viewers are.
This is primary screen.
Yeah, I'm sure that all of our viewers are watching us and maybe have the World Cup muted on living room. Maybe you check in on that on your phone.
Turn it off.
Yeah, some game where they kick a ball. Even have airplanes. Yeah, this could be a pretty big Monty here. You could maybe make a case for Bamboo trying to wait for another full backline pin, but I don't really think he earned.
Which Churchill is that?
So that is the Avray or
it's
the
a
Avery,
pushback, man.
and yes, all ground units. Big carpet bomb. You're gonna see some units here gone. Gonna go face. And then pins the Sherman. Bamboo probably holding more Shermans and would probably like some frontline draw. I don't think that he is desperate enough to throw Jasko to the front line. At this point, Jasko probably really giving him a helping hand. He knows Commonwealth can't be too far away. That Jasko could make all the difference between extra turn and just losing the game. a nice Hellcat play. You gotta assume that is to kill the Kitty Hawk. He's gonna draw off it too. Stay at 21 health. The Jazzco bailing him out of those Kitty Hawk pings. Doesn't have to worry about him. Good turn from Bamboo though. We do actually have the stream on a 5-minute delay this time. Last year we said we were going to do that, and then we didn't because, yeah, I mean,
You gotta click a button.
yeah, there's a whole menu. Turns out.
How other decks doing?
Yeah, let's see what the battle looks like. We've got Bison sitting at 17, Bamboo at 18. Bison drawing further in to 15. Ooh, and the Jazzco eliminated due to the full hand. Bamboo's going to mill. He's going to mill a half track, sitting on 2 Shermans. Back to his hand. Jazzco pretty strong against the Commandos. Very true. Strong against the Kiefers and against the Kitty Hawk. No more Bison with a very nice, large, heavy armored tank. That heavy armor is going to protect its health by 1 on any trades or attacks on the board. Ignored by any damage from hand. If you are new to Cards here with us today. Jazzco's and be really fingering the board here. Got his finger on the pulse. Another Red Devils in the front line. It's going to be extra money every time. Goes for face. I like that. Getting the Chocolate Boys out. We got the Cocoa Men. Ooh, big defend in depth. That's going to be a free kill of any sort of annoying unit. This is another great carpet bomb, though, and I kind of expect that that's what we see. Yeah, he goes right to it. And you've got the best 2 units on the board there with exactly 3 health. And now we're at the point where a top deck Commonwealth, and this is long gone. That's very helpful. Very helpful. He gets the double damage, Hellcat double damage on the tank. So that's a good trade. What was your Commonwealth question?
Gonna whittle him down.
I mean, well, the tiny units that could grow. Potezes can, playing around, hit from anywhere. Sexton's a nice draw. Probably gonna maybe see that on the half track and then maybe defend in depth the Sherman. He knows that Bison knows that Bamboo doesn't have too many more options that he has to worry about here. Well, looks like our first giveaway going down.
I didn't mean to enter the giveaway. Everyone was typing heavy, and I got excited, so I typed it too.
Not a conflict of interest at all. We didn't secure those codes specifically. A call to the colonies. And the defend in depth. He's not worried about the front line anymore. He says Bamboo can, if he has Shermans left, can Sherman draw. Get himself closer to fatigue. We know he's got 1 in hand still, 13 cards left. He might need to race out with those 2 extra cards. He has any hope because it's not going to be fatigue that kills him. Bison is just sitting in a catbird seat. Catbird. Ooh, really nice strap bombing. Really nice strap bombing.
I think Bamboo helped.
Yeah, and he just has to find Commonwealth. He could even draw for it with the colonies right here if he wanted to. Airdrop, gonna throw 2 mobilized units on the board, and that's going to be, health and draw and Commonwealth.
Bamboo,
more
find some
health and
discard.
draw.
Is there any discard in there?
Not in that deck. That'll be your ball game. Bamboo don't know it, but that'll be your ball game. Really nice first match though to set the tone early. Oof, a sudden strike would have maybe been great earlier. I wonder if that was a late pickup. Of course, all this board play, all this interaction doesn't matter because that fat 12 cost order is just. The man behind me, of course, is our executive producer of Team Heavy Productions, Dave. Helps us out on our annual Tag Cup. By help, I mean does literally all of the images. I just spatter bullshit into a microphone.
He also organizes it and all that. He does lots. He's being modest.
I don't know that that's true.
He's a little dick modest man.
And a
Let's
great
give it
game
up
for Bison.
For
Bison.
Bison won?
Bison won.
Wow. Okay. Switch it up. Bison was on top. No, he lost.
No.
Oh, we did do it right. Yeah, let's change the number.
We're gonna get a 1 beside Bison here.
Archaic number.
That's true. We are shooting to the satellite right now.
Boop. Oh my god. How did we get this wrong? Was Bison 1 and Bamboo 1 was wrong?
Aggro bit.
I apologize for that. Talk about the bracket? What's up?
Well, no, let's take a look at decks here quick for our next opponent. Or I'm sorry, our next matchup. So that's going to be head deck number 1 and list deck number 1.
Do you think they'll be right?
You know, we work at midnight a lot.
This one's lists?
Yep. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we got a really fat looking list here. You can see some annihilations. You can see some discard, Decima. We're really going heavy here, and it's going against Jagro. So this is going to be a race. If Jagro can get out in front early, it's going to be really tough. But if those Mare Nostrums can be found quickly for list, he can slap some health on that HQ and maybe not care so much about Jagro. Guard going to be a big deal here as well. So let's see what we can do about getting that lined up.
Pretty impressed that we got the right deck. I mean, we're in a complete trajectory up. Time? Second time they're fucking right.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we got like four or five.
At least for.
All right, and this time we're going to follow from the other side. We're going to follow from head. So we're going to follow Jagro as it goes into German-Italy control, which is going to be interesting to see the kind of role that Jagro is going to have. And not see the kind of defensive options that are going to be given or afforded to list.
Oh, a long number.
They're all 6. Oh, wait. Yeah, but I don't think mine worked. Oh, no, it did. It just...
So what are you supposed to bottom player? We're following.
List Bamboo. I thought... Am I dumb? Didn't we just see head play? Or I'm sorry, didn't we just see Bamboo play? It was Bamboo's front line, right? TB said list Bamboo, but I don't think that's correct. All right, we're gonna put a quick pause as we get some administrative things straightened out. Throw us to a pause.
Cards. World. Heavyweight. Tag. Team. Championship. Cards. World. Heavyweight. Tag. Team. Championship.
All right, we are back. We
Hello.
apologize for that time period brief rules clarification to some of our players. We are back with head into list. List is going to need to pull we got list versus list. No worries. Head is going to have to pull out a victory here to force an overtime. Starting with a pretty regular Jagro roll. He gets to go first, which is a big deal. Starting out with Blitz Infantry. Oh, is he going to put his Type 93 down? Type 93 is going to give him one extra attack. Oh, and he baits out the Careless Talk as well. This looks like we might see overtime indeed. This is a great start, a great roll for head. Very aggressive.
Took a long time to think.
Well, no, the Arado only draws if the opponent has more units. So he's going to hold the Arado back until he has less units on board so that he can draw a free order. And the pass by list, you have to hope that that is a countermeasure, that is a countermeasure guard. List really needs this to be a countermeasure guard. Of course, decisive defense, an Italian countermeasure that costs 3. That will spawn a 3/5 Alpine Guard covering the HQ. And it is there.
There it is. Got the greatest casters in the world. They know what's. You're a team heavy production.
And a great audacity play hits the guard, so he doesn't have to trade into it. 3 more damage on the HQ. That is rough. The bomber in the back. That new Japanese elite coming in handy. But list with more guard. Oh no. Signal Regiment. I mean, he's got 6 damage on board out of 7 right now with the Signal Regiment damage and the bomber. So this is looking extremely bleak. He's going to take his Signal Regiment damage. He can't kill the Bologna Guard. Bologna. He's going to take it. And what that means, he should not. He should. Head leaving this alive is a big deal for Head, because if List has a Mare, the Mare is going down on the unit, and the unit being infantry will have only one valid unit to attack in the front line. It's going to be available health. Head should throw this unit away so that Mare, even in hand for List, will not help him, because the infantry won't be able to do anything with it. In my opinion, Head taking his full turn timer down, and Head maybe agrees, throws the unit in. Even if List has a Mare now, it's going to be really rough, unless maybe he has Blitz Heinkel Bomber, something that he could get maybe that tiny bit of health off of. That would actually be a great play. He could kill the Aichi, so he would no longer have to face that. I'm sure he doesn't have it, or he would have slammed it down by now. Ooh, turn 5 Jagro in. Well, that's helpful. Oh my god, he just draws Bombing Raid. All right, well. Chooses to do the last damage via Signal Regiment for a perfect 30. That was rough. Just when you thought that maybe
Let's update the score.
there was a chance. We're going to overtime in our first match here.
Let's go.
Now these teams have a lot of decisions to make, and by a lot I mean one decision each. But Ed and Bamboo need to figure out if they want to send U.S. Frontline back in, or if they want to send Jagro back in. They won with Jagro, so maybe that is the move. But of course, German Italy control being as slow as it is, it seems like List and Bison are team from. Oh, well. Our team from France will most likely probably volunteer their mobilized deck again, better equipped to maybe deal with some of that speed. Let's see what we have here.
We're gonna see the feigned retreat for U.S. frontline.
Yes, and we just saw Fane retreat Jagro. Obviously, Fane never came up, but
Right.
Bombing Raid did. The rest of Jagro, he rolled over him very nicely. Sure that is pretty stoked with that. We're going to spectate Bison's mobilized deck again. And we will see who Team Head Bamboo chooses sent forth.
Who would you rather have, mobilized or frontline or?
Well, we already saw Frontline lose to it pretty heavily. It's not like a completely unwinnable matchup, but I wouldn't say it's great. Mobilize is going to be tough to beat, I think, for either one, but their best bet is most likely to just send Jagger and hope for another turn 5 victory.
Can't argue with you there. We're waiting here, run here.
I'm sure the match will start quite soon. Of course, Bison and List both hailing from France. List with a extremely impressive 66.47% win rate. Of course, List, the member of the Nations Cup Championship Team France, and Bison, top 4 in last year's World Cup himself. Super formidable team. And Adam Bamboo, both top 4 World Cup this year. Jeez. All right, and as predicted, we're going to see Jagro try to race, mobilize off the board. Early health going to be a big deal. Kiefer could be a big deal here as well. Jagro with a lot of units with only 1 health. Of course, Sexton and Havre are going to go back. Big beefy unit. Why do you have sunglasses on? I feel like I should have been told I could be wearing sunglasses. Welcome, mate. Oh, bike boys. Bring, bring, bring. Oh, the Buffel's opening. Head may be getting exactly what he needs here. Yeah, immediately. Get on him.
Hot and heavy.
Could have made a Trump quote, and I didn't. None of that.
Our
R.I.P.
glorious, yes, R.I.P. President Trump. Still alive, but dead because we
One of
get
our
to see him in
sponsors,
the
President
news.
Trump.
Yes. Our
Yay,
sponsor-
Trump 2024.
Our sponsor, RIP President Trump. R.I.P.
Bison puts both mobilized units down. Not getting any kind of regiment or Kiefer procs or anything like that. Probably does not have the time. He's going to need these. Make some trades. Not just lose his shirt immediately. We're not brought to you by... Rough. Really nice turn for head. Finds that 35T. Finds that 0 op cost. Of course, smoke screen on the Kiefer is going to ensure that head can't make it. Unless we see desperate measures, which I highly doubt in this situation. Kiefer is going to live. It's going to make it. Oh, 6 more damage. Ooh, a real big, that pin card drawn by Bison is going to get him some health. That's going to be incredibly important here. Right now, maybe trying to think about if he wants to make this trade. No, he much rather would keep his Keef. You want to keep your Keef usually.
Around a little bit.
How much can he afford? Oh, a brilliant ping. Would have been more brilliant to get that buff wagon out of the way. He's thinking about it. Only 2 cards for head. And some stabilization's been found for Bison. Bison has AoE, has Sexton. He's got delays. Maybe feels like he doesn't even need to make this trade. Maybe not too afraid of 4 damage next turn. Really thinking about it. He's going to take his full turn timer. You know what? You want to hit me in the face? Break your hand.
The balls on these players.
The ball. And sometimes deliveries.
That's ridiculous.
A lot of female cards players. At least 7. Ooh, Sendai snatches the Keef.
Classic card.
And that's a really nice draw. That's supply shortage. That's going to be 1 damage per turn to anything on the board on head side. Once it's played, and it's going to stay that way until those units die. Of course, the 2/1 health units aren't going to even see next turn if that is the case. That Sendai is going to be giving back Kiefer in only 3 turns. Yeah. Pretty much has to play it. Shelling would have been a great option too. Shelling would have got 2 units. Would have killed the same 2 units and also taken the credit from head. But getting the head start on killing the Befell's wagon, on killing the Sendai to get his unit back even faster. Head's not feeling great about this. I can assure you all of that. This will be for the win. This will be for the first team to advance into our semifinals here. I believe that is, yeah, the second type. So that is a free unit kill. The 2 surprise attacks can be combined. If head waits that out a little bit, Sexton would be a very nice target for that. And would love to find Feigned Retreat. Get that draw engine going so he can have a chance here. Otherwise, a lot of stabilization. Bison. Another carpet. He'll take 2 damage from the shelling, because that will kill the Sendai. Well, the supply shortage will kill the Sendai next turn. Of course, the credit, strapping him of the credit is good. Also, maybe just throw down his Sexton. Of course, Bison knows that any nice unit he throws out is going to be killed. You can see those sudden strikes. Head's only cards in hand. And health facing only a signal. That signal dead in turn 7 on the carpet. Heat is not bad. That's going to be really helpful after damage. Other supply shortage. Looking really good for Bison here. Low health. Something big like Sheeden's not going to be too much help for Head. He can't afford big answers. Might not even see turn 8 after shelling. Bison chooses to play 1 turn, get himself into carpetable situation. And as we suspected, the surprise attack is going to kill Big Sex. We're not letting that live. For sure. Now I have to imagine the carpet bomb to get rid of that sick. Put Head on absolute. Avray is interesting, but putting a signal back in hand would put it back in play with 4 health, and then it wouldn't be so conveniently killed by the carpet bomb. Of course, the Akita damage could go to either unit. Goes to the regiment. That'd be a little unfortunate. Does.
Top deck.
Top deck feint.
Top deck feint retreat.
And as most Jagro players know, he's just gonna Avray and put the buff wagon back in his head. You take that back. I would imagine he moves, yeah. Now, Head, of course, wouldn't be twice, but he could, if he top deck sheet, throw Bison down to 4. No, he is only going to draw
No.
tiniest boys here. Jagro giveth, Jagro immediately taketh. A big call to the colonies. Goes for draw with the honey. Doesn't even need the 8 health because he's already out of the range of anything really that scares him. Even a top deck feint retreat. I don't see this. I don't see this going many other ways. That's really interesting. List, you know, bringing a really strong German control deck. We've all seen it do big things. We all know that deck, and we know it's very strong. Lost to Jagger very quickly, but he'll get another chance. He'll get another chance to throw that big control deck around semis. Unless Head pulls off some sort. Auto might draw feint retreat. It's going to draw something. Probably only 3 orders in that deck. Okay. Gonna buy him a little bit of time. Not a lot, but a little.
Odin 4. Shield?
No, that's Michael Chiklis. Wait. What was
know
the
the
one
chick
with
list is on
more
the shield.
Dennis Leary?
Chicago Fire. Shout out Jake Winnacore and
Love Chicago Fire. Nobody loves Chicago Fire like that guy.
I've never met a man who actually likes Chicago Fire.
Those are American television
I swear
shows
to
for the
God,
four
he's
Americans in the
fucking
audience.
jacking off.
Okay. And we're demonetized. Not just drawing the least helpful cards. Had not having a great time. Bison with plenty of ways to kill that inexpensively or just throw it back to his hand. Really funny to see defend in depth not do any damage to it because it doesn't have any cards in hand though. That's pretty cool. To just do it for spite. He's only on 10 health though. It's not, and we get close to turn 11. That's an 8 health sheet waiting to happen. In odder things. So Bison doesn't exactly have a whole football field of room to play with. Game's probably more narrow than we see. And Head's gonna draw a card. Like you will likely see the supply shipment kill both of those units.
Conservative play of the tournament so far.
Potez now we're gonna see.
That's fine.
Well, what I expect to see here is the airdrop. So that will retreat the 2/1, spawn 2 mobilized units, which will be 2 health 2 times because of Potez text.
I haven't played this game since the last tournament we did, January last year, something like that.
It was December of last year.
And
It was actually 1 year ago yesterday.
last time I played this game.
Was 1 year ago yesterday.
Yeah, and yesterday I was playing. I'm just Botez.
The
parachute retreating.
Brotez.
I was just Botez parachute retreating, watching that all day. All day we got parachute Botez. Throwing the. I think
Ripperoo.
he's negotiating for better terms. I heard better terms. Folks, better terms.
We have an insurance ad, but like that was a.
Ew, in the chat. We got a good game there. Good game, good history jokes.
Unfortunate for Head, but at least our
Bison.
friends in China playing at 11:30 at night don't have to stay up too late. That is going to be 2 big mobilized wins for the mobilized man himself. The Buffalo Roams here today. Take a look at our bracket. You don't really need to put it at 2. But I guess we'll make it a 2. Oh, that's high speed. We actually have a rotary telephone that we use to make the numbers come up.
Bracket.
All right, so we'll take a look at our bracket here with the first match down. And our first elimination is unfortunately Head and Bamboo.
Boom.
Wrong button.
I'm so proud of that big red.
It's big red slash. We take no joy, but to make an egg, you need an omelet. Oh yeah, I said it way backwards.
That's close enough. Who we got up next?
Let's see here. I believe Kobosnik, unfortunately, we left him on the bracket. He was the original entrant, but not able to play today due to blackouts in his country. So Herbal, fellow Team EFT member, will be taking his place. And we're very thankful for that. See what we have up. We have some of our players, flying into their living room. Have skipping around our bracket here, trying to give people like West Coast Vinny enough time to wake up and enough time for Germans to finish their night plans as well. We are all over the globe here today. And it looks like our next matchup is going to be the diagonal down of the bracket here. We're going to go into our Berta Burrito J King matchup against Tree Pipit and Emil. This is truly an excellent matchup that a lot of people are really excited for. We have our Berto coming off of an excellent third place showing in the World Championships. J King also doing very well recently. I think he got third, right? Yeah, J King recently third in an OCC in like November. So really nice by him. And then we have Tree Pippin and Emil, who are some of our maybe less accomplished players, but definitely known for big brain decks, known for some true cool stuff that we might get a chance to even see today. Start to get that rolling. And we have Berto Burrito going up against Emil for our first match. So what we have here is Berto's extremely fun and interactive deck, which is U.S. France and mostly based on fatigue. We're all going to have a great time. And he's, of course, playing Emil, who is playing another standard Feigned Retreat Jagro. Berto is playing a deck that is just removal. And we're going to see if he has all those Jagro units. Gunship Mission, of course, 2 damage and 2 health to Berto, but only the support line. So all these Blitz units are going to mostly dodge that Gunship Mission. Yeah, he's going to have to break out Patrol early. But Berto with a free 3 cost to kill anything on the front line, 3 cost countermeasure. Let's get the names on the scoreboard here for you. Jagro continues to be a huge presence today. Berto considering his hand here. It's an expensive torpedo attack for the 1 cost. Blitz standard Jagro unit. Always forget the name of that regiment. I'm sorry, I'm blanking on it. The most classic of all cards, basically. And some more classic Jagro stuff. We see Signal come down. We see Type come down. And we see Panzer. Panzer, of course, getting the op cost reduction off the infantry unit. So it is free. Slamming that into Berto's face. Berto now with 2 countermeasures capable of getting rid of whatever he needs to. Also has a defend in depth that would have done 4 damage to the Signal. Chooses not to this time. We'll see if Emil is able to get under 4 cards in his hand. Be a very big deal here. These players have seen these decks now for 24 hours. He does have Berto's full list. He does know the defend in depths are there. Big desperate measures. Going to kill the Blitz unit. Berto does not have a lot of units. And of course, like we said, down to 3. Battery, though. Battery, of course, 4 damage to a unit, so that'll take care of the Signal if need be.
I need to squash a rumor in chat real quick. You will not get AIDS from the giveaway. Thank you.
That we know of. And there's the battery finally getting rid of the signal. 2 health from the gunship mission. Really, really helpful. And make sure that there's no draw for Birdo. Of course, Phony War is going to be draw for both players if it happens that way. Interesting turn here. Now the units in Birdo's deck are basically only pseudo removal. They're tooled in there just for that purpose. So he's not really thinking much about that airborne in any other aspect. So yep, he goes face with it, and I assume normally you might not want to throw that into a whirlwind, but he definitely doesn't mind this time. He gets 1 more damage. And the double pin kill of the 4-1. Throws the Sendai down with nothing. Not capturing anything in the Sendai. So that is just a straight up infantry unit. Nothing special or flashy about it. Birdo holding up Counter-Strike. This is a big deal. He's only going to get a 1-1 with that. Pretty miserable. But every single damage at this point. Shinhoto. He's going to have to draw. Going to have to draw here. Hope. Ooh, Liberation would have been great before. He'll kill that Shinhoto likely with his front line, but yeah, he doesn't even knows that there's enough blitz units in all of those Jagro cards that he was just given. Not surviving on 2 health. That's not happening. So Jagro really ruling the day here. Coming straight for it. So that is going to put us at J King and Tree Pippin. Will tune in from Tree Pippet's point of view. All right, administration is just getting J King and Tree Pippet ready. Oh, it looks like we are diving directly into it. J King will need to win this to force an overtime. J King's illustrious career, of course, we were joking earlier, the current 2-time world champion, repeat world champion. In fact, the man. Is, you know, the one title he doesn't have, the one thing on the crown of J King, the jewel missing, of course, is a tag team title championship. Losing in the semis last year. Him and Birdo coming back for revenge on Birdo's invitation this year. What do you mean? No, Emil won.
Oh, Emil.
Of course, we are also brought to you today by Lost Bazaar on Steam. Free to play. we're also brought to you today by this cat, which we will not show the stream. No cats on camera. Shaking with a turn 1 Viva La Resistance. I feel like a resistance player of J King's caliber would normally try to ensure that he is forcing his opponent to mill with one of those, maybe trying to wait for 8 cards before he plays. So maybe indicative of having not the great start out with. Prioritizing his own draw because, or maybe, you know, maybe he finds it just an early 2-pounder out for Tree Pipit. Tree Pipit's deck, of course, very interesting if you take a look at it. Basically a British ground deck, something that you're definitely not going to see very often, and a matchup into resistance that most people probably aren't going to really have any experience. So this should be interesting for a lot of us to watch. Of course, J King probably the in existence that does. Probably already played this 6 or 7 times and has a chart with percentages of how it shakes out. So, you know, probably prepared. That coffee's got to be cold by now. A little bit cold. J King staring that 2-pounder in the face. Big 2 pounds, both pounds. Of course, Tree Pipit kind of making this specifically an Oxford deck. The Oxford, of course, the new British Elite plane that is going to make all ground units come out with attack equal to their defense. So if he can draw his way or find his way into his Oxford, that's going to be a big deal for him. J King, of course, with all of the dodging tools that a resistance deck is accustomed to. Going to include healing, going to include removal. I think we ever posted that we have icon thing with this. Of course, today's prize is a whopping $400 to the winning team, $200 to each man. So this is not just some run-of-the-mill tournament. This isn't some friendly game for these guys just to exchange pleasantries between excellent players. This is money match if there ever was one. Not as rich as an OCC, but he was also yesterday and probably won't pay out for a long time. I hear it takes a while. Personally, I wouldn't know. We pay out right away. We pay out right away. Get on.
Are you on war?
We're gonna program a better game. We're gonna make the World War I card game.
Oh my! Don't say that. Go cut that. Cut that. Cut that. Cut that. Cut that. Cut that.
J King, of course, giving his orders an extra damage. Bomber there. Throwing out some AoE, clearing these early Tree Pipit units. Also got a big 7-cost unit here. Huge gun. Tree Pipit can fire that sucker. That's going to be fat stacks of health. Back onto the HQ. They can definitely not super stoked about that. It's going to want to do something about it. Might have thrown away that decree just to be able to draw one more. We'll see if he has an order now that he can actually make sure that the decree doesn't get completely thrown to waste. Indeed, gets 3 damage off of a Tora. Throws the buff away off that coastal gun. No longer 2 extra damage for British ground. He'll still, I'm sorry, Tree Pipit still likely to take healing this turn though. Throws that unit back down, getting the coastal gun back to 5 damage, killing the, I want to say Kawanishian. Tyrion, of course, because the Kawanishi is the 7 cost suite that, gives you 2, and everybody knows that, including me. Extremely deliberate with these turns. He's going to have to be. That Humber, again, getting the +2 attack, as all ground units are right now from the guard. Really paying dividends, making that unit into something that needs to be dealt with instead of something that J. King could probably, for the most part, ignore. And another naval op, I believe that's the 3rd pin. All those ground units, ground unit base deck going into those naval ops. Going to be rough. The KI-83, a great card for J. King to put. Big boy plane. Hoping to get some draw off it as well. Maybe even get some mills off. 3. 3, of course, wants nothing to do with that. Think about the Sexton pin. Nice permanent pin for as long as the Sexton can stay alive. And chooses to up his research. Probably going for synthetic rubber. Synthetic rubber, gonna make one of those units into unstoppable machine. Yeah, most likely on the artillery. Might do it on the ferry. Either would be a great option. Bacon getting very close to the last man range, which will allow him to completely wipe the board. Oh, another Syrian going. Oh, that's +2 damage on AoE. That's 4 damage to the board. A huge desperate measures. The sweeper deck taking control. The KI-83 unpinned. Avray, not helpful. Throw Ulster down. Very interesting choice. Not a card that you see very often, but that will provide him some extra health. HQ cannot get damaged now. That damage will all be funneled onto Ulster until Ulster is dead. If the 6/6 Spitfire needed Death Touch, it now has it. From the pair, take initiative. Throwing another junk card into Tree Pipit's hand. I believe that's 9. It's going to be a mill from Tree. Fortunate. 17 to 15 here. Not really getting down to fatigue quite yet. Remember, J. King has to win this. Or it's an early exit. It looks like Challenge, the website that we have our brackets hosted on, is down. Actually, not our fault. That is not our mistake for once. That is apparently that website going down, so that sucks. We'll be sure to keep you abreast of all of the bracket updates here on stream Feel free to slam the bracket command and check. That comes back up. Getting not so great here for Tree after seeing his Spitfire come and go just about instantly. Oxford makes Air Landing Brigade into a 5-5, gets front line, not bad. Card going to be very helpful. Or maybe Ulster's next turn. Like he's going to up. Everybody likes Can Coke.
Sponsored by Can of Coke.
Sponsored by. Not sponsored by Pepsi ever.
Sponsored by these Domingo Mimosa Sours.
Mimosa sours. The right amount of sour and the right amount of mimosa.
Mimosa is acceptable morning drinking. Acceptable morning drinking.
You can pick those up at our other sponsor, which was Target.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh yeah, this shit be nuts right now.
This is.
I'm actually glad I can't see J King's hand, so I don't have to look like an idiot trying to figure out all the res lines. Ooh, and there goes the Oxford Raiding Brigade, of course, able to destroy anything with 2 or less attack as its deployment effect. That might be the last naval op. If it's not, it's the second to last. Pretty sure it might be the last, though. Honorable death. Huge way to kill that Ulster quickly. 3 now. Facing some alarming damage. Monty's going to help him out. He can't get smacked with a key. Remember, J-King could be sitting on to the last man again, or still, and could still just completely wipe whatever giant last board Tree Pipit is able to build. This is going to be precarious. It's his synthetic rubber. Ooh, plays synthetic rubber now. What a bold play. We'll see if that works out for him. A lot of ways that J King can maybe deal with that and not really have to ever be too afraid of it. I'm sure Tree Pipit would have liked to save that for a turn where he could swing with the unit. Same turn as the buff. Both players with 9 cards. Both players with full hands. Full hearts. Can't lose.
What movie is that from?
That's from one of those dumb football dramas when high school.
Pulp Fiction.
Yes, the football drama, Pulp Fiction. Sometimes they call a briefcase.
The true.
What was that game where they referred to the...
Call of Duty.
I think it was one of them. Of course, if you're not watching football now, France is losing 13-2. Pretty wild World Cup result right now. Ooh, the 10 damage from the defend in depth. Big stuff. Shelling would have been great. Tree Pipit not loving that. Only has 8 cards left, making those 2 Lend-Leases basically annoyances. Yeah, we'll be soon.
Never awake this
At
Sunday.
least we wake up all year. Of course.
The
Annual Cards Tag Team Champion. Browns fans are paid actors. That's I think that comment's from 5 minutes in the
ago,
past,
and
but
somehow
oddly
seems to-
relevant. If only Tree Pipit was able to attack with that 12-8. The defensive naval support. You love seeing that. Matching the attack to the defense. King now actually throwing cards away. On the mill, can only fit 9 in your hand. Any draw after 9 is just going to get thrown away. Oh, corn guy here to talk about the Browns. OH. IO. OH. IO. The biggest defending depth you've ever seen. And a huge bombing raid. Looking bleak for Tree. This is going to be really interesting who these teams send into overtime. Are they going to send King right back with resistance, forcing him to watch even less soccer? Poor guy. Who are Tree and Emil going to cut? They're just going to go right back to Jagro and try to choke the life out quickly. Emil just holding so much draw. Basically nothing left in his deck. Very little. Painful draw. Coastal Gun and a Blackwatch. Man, that Blackwatch would have been nice a long time ago. Supply shipment. Still hopeful for a last gasp. The other Blackwatch. Both Blackwatches against resistance in the last 5 cards. Tree Pipit has to be beside himself with that kind of luck. Just concedes. Knows he's been resistanced. Knows that it happened. Let's throw a 1-up beside King's name. Heard that guy wins.
Let's throw a 1-up.
Heard that guy wins occasionally.
Besides King. Why does your keyboard not work?
One of these button. No, it's this thing. Needs to be like on the first one.
Oh, sheesh.
This is what. Looking at myself.
How does it smell? Like gas station guy? People's hands at the gas?
Oh, I think I just had a little Coke going.
Oh, okay. That wasn't Coke.
All right, getting close to overtime here.
We'll look at some decks and see if.
Well, we already kind of have seen all 4 decks in this matchup, so we know what we're going to see, or what we could see. We just don't quite know what we will see. Oh, we're fighting over the cursor again. If I had to guess, I think they're probably going to send King again. All right, we'll have the tiebreaker for you in this match very quickly, very soon. Is Dave a Browns fan? Dave is not a Browns fan. Dave is actually a Brett Favre fan because he likes taking money from welfare people. Really glad there's a whole section of NFL jokes for the poor people. All right, and as expected, we have King versus Emil. We're going to follow King's resistance. See if it can outlast Jagro has been on the warpath today. Let's see if it continues. A spot in the semis on the line here.
Bottom.
J King is at the bottom. True. Well, as soon as our players are ready to get underway, we'll get on with it, I'm sure. Oh, J King with his massive hat. Massive hat pop in. All right. J King starting with Tora. Probably definitely going to keep that against a lot of one health Jagro units. Defend in depth and Phony War. Looks like he's going to throw those back. Thinking about keeping his Imperial Decree. Basically turning Tora into a desperate measures without the credit loss. Could be an early
France?
swing. This is Japan, France. This is the
France?
classic resistance deck. We've seen a nice mix today of some decks with only 3 units and some extremely unit-based frontline and ground decks. And of course, Jagro as well. Both finding success. Making really thinking out this mulligan. Going to be incredibly important. Keeps his Phony War. Once the turn 5 draw, immediately passes turn 1. No sense in Imperial decreeing for absolute nothing. Ooh, and Ebba Fell's opening for Emil with a bike boy. Bring, bring. There goes that early AoE. Calls another Tora, extremely helpful. Take a draw off distance card. Early Sheeden, not really great. Not right now. And in depth. Hold that for a bigger unit. Takes the first naval op here. Take that after acute damage to face. There's no other valid targets, of course, for it. It's going to go right to his dome piece. You can do it. You can do it, bro. Throws down Sheeden. Turn 5, Sheeden. You love to see it. A fat golden god. Guy, send it immediately. Please remove that Sheeden from my face. No Sheedens here, Pally. First defend in depth. Nullify that. Right back to Sheeden Town. It's got Blitz. You're not happy about it. The most aggressive resistance lines. Brought to you by 2-time world champion J King.
Makes Resistance not super boring to watch.
Key. Very nice. Very nice play for Emil. But Emil might also just be taking 8 damage here. Perhaps setting up one of those Torres to clear the board at the expense of his Sheeden. Knows that winning with Sheeden is not really, fool's gold. Not how this deck is designed. That Sheeden pressure just serves a purpose. King with the ability to just draw right back up to a huge hand. The more in Emil's hand, less penalty King is going to have to pay. Tony War, of course, allowing both players to draw up to 8 cards, but it's, 6 for me and 2 for you. I'm going to take that trade most of the time. Maybe every time.
Every single time.
Like boy, bring. Discarded. Emil saving himself damage on the resistance. 6 more credits. Not really sure what to do with them. Making only at 10 health. A Sheeden of Emil's own. Making will have to answer this lethal. Heal over it. And of course, put the Sheeden down to only 8 available damage by killing the buff wagon. He could draw and then kill the buff wagon if he doesn't find any answers that he likes. Boy, riding down to 2 health would only take Panzer 35T to end the game at that point. Yeah, not worth the risk at all. The King just content. Say 8 damage is okay. You can put me back at 10, but hopefully that will be out of momentum, though. Let Emil draw all the cards he could possibly want off that Phony War. Another Imperial Decree. This is rough. King going to play both of them to make room in his hand. Needs AoE. Needs it. Finds defend in depth on the last card.
Woo! Jeez.
My man will live. Spot in the semis on the line. Full hands. 10 health versus 11 health. Both Japan.
Both the sheet, right?
Yeah, both Sheeden's gone from either player. Huge Shinhoto. King, of course, holding more health now with another call to the colonies. Really like to find his liberation. Oh, that is a nice pull. Some more AoE. That'll be 3 damage to all with another Imperial Decree, which will wipe the board. He could heal immediately after for 8. The call to the colonies. Maybe even draw before some of that with blanking on the dumb card that lets you draw and gives it to them. Am I not allowed to preview it? I can't preview his hand. Oh, my brain, I'm so dumb. Why am I choking? What was the name of that card?
Second Raiders?
No, the draw card that's own it and they have to hold.
Oh, yeah.
Holding his AoE for a time in the future. Efficient. Clear the board.
Oh my god.
Another Shinhoto.
Whoa.
Draw. It's gonna be a buff wagon. Maybe get another damage. Hoto.
Brutal.
One drop. More removal options. More AoE. How he chooses. Utilize it. Again, that Imperial Decree and Desperate is going to result in 3 health or 3 damage, to everything. 2/3 damage units on the board, pretty convenient. And that's a big phony warrior. Jake going to draw 5, Emil going to draw 0. And another big 8 health from Call to the Colonies. J King now sitting comfortable, looking healthy. Big hand, right where resistance wants to be. I mentioned to the last man earlier, I'm not actually positive J King runs it. We did, of course, look at his resistance list, but can't recall off the top of my head. And J King now with 2 pins of all ground units. Take initiative, damn. Oh, come up. Oh, there's 2, the last man.
Oh.
I told him myself. I could have just acted the whole time. So stupid. And last rights, getting the kamikazes going. Emil with only 8 health. Discarding Panzers. It's not looking good. And he's going to stack this box and make this incredibly easy to the last man play. Taking actually, again, can just pin all these ground units again and even play this line out even longer to try to grab more with that to the last man. He'll just find enough kamikazes. He's not going to need to worry about any of it. And that's J King and Berto moving on to the semifinals in an incredibly hard fought series with Tree Pippin and Emil. Yeah, really give it up to him. That was a good one. Resistant 2 straight games of Resistance played as expertly as you can find 2 games of Resistance played. Oh, we're fighting again.
Oh.
Bracket starting to come into focus now as we have Berto and his invited partner J King, Bison and his invited partner list moving on to the semi. I believe we are going into the Wild Eyes, Ari Big Ben, and Innocent Bubbles and his mystery partner matchup. Yep, looks like we're going with Bubbles versus Ari. So that is going to be Bubbles' Soviet US ramp deck against Ari's Resistance. So we'll follow Bubbles after following quite a bit of Resistance here.
Put you $5 on US.
Oh, I get Resistance?
Yeah.
Just a second here. This is totally not illegal to bet on a thing that you're hosting. Not a bad look at all. Here, come talk into the mic so I can go pee pee. All right. We will get that match to you right away. Sorry. Yeah, Bubbles on the bottom, Ari on top.
Bubbles on the bottom. Are you on top? This is gonna be the reveal, huh? This is gonna be the reveal of the mystery partner. This is the reveal of the mystery partner. Well, I mean, if I turn this thing right on right here.
All right, well, we'll wait until the mystery partner
Oh,
is.
wait, is it Bubbles?
It's
Oh.
Bubbles. We're sorry. No, yeah, you have the top right. Yeah. Bubbles' mystery partner, of course, will be playing Wild Eyes here coming up next after this match. We'll all finally know. Yeah, let's see what's up with that. It's never not 31 seconds. All right, administration is gathering our combatants up. Wad back. Put the old win wad back. All right, we got Bubbles. Holler under the chair. With a nice, comfortable, low, methodical Soviet deck. Except I'm pretty sure it's ramp. Want to be slow. It actually wants to be kind of fast. Ramp out to some big units with some monies.
Bad Mulligan.
Well, he probably knows. He probably knows how to play it.
No, what he got from his did a bad Mulligan.
No, you were calling him out.
Yeah.
Take Initiative, the card that everybody remembers and never is forgotten in their lives.
When did you do the reveal yet?
No, we're not doing the reveal
okay,
until
okay,
the
okay,
mystery
okay,
partner
okay.
is ready to play. Everybody knows right now that Innocent Bubbles' team is on the bottom of the screen. We're good on that. Bubbles finding a lot of early ramp, and Ari finding a lot of early resistance. Both decks kind of doing what they need to do. Is the mystery anime waifu reskin code? That was a lot of words put together that I'm really not sure how they
Yes, that's all true.
finish into a sentence. So Ari just finishes his turn 3, having a good time, playing resistance, gathering resources, and he already has a California in his front line. The humanity.
An update on how the California works.
California has changed a little bit. Orders now do damage to it fully. So, the 39th Rifle Regiment. Probably not really that bad of a mill against resistance. A cool card, new card, good card, but against resistance, not really a big loss there. Ooh, honorable death on the KV immediately. He's not going to take that draw damage. That is gross. And the armored train going as well. These mills are awful. Bubbles is upset. But otherwise, the California just a 5-3 that still reduces all combat damage. But it's the reduces combat damage to 1 new wording specifically. Now makes it not the most annoying. Bubbles choosing to play the Zukov is very interesting. That's not going to get a card out of his hand. That's going to keep him at 9. Ramp would have allowed him to draw next turn, and of course have another doll hair. Not really quite sure. He loses aspiring for it. But right back to, throwing damage into Ari Big Ben's face. So what do I know? 5 damage, putting him on 8. Of course, Bubbles holding 4 damage to all on that Winter Warfare. Ari in more trouble than he maybe knows. Yeah, 6 Airborne's going to spawn. A big T-34 that's going to hit him right in the face. I assume Bubbles is not going to kill the key. I assume he's going to set him up for lethal on the Winter Warfare. Big decision to make. Yeah, he just goes right for the face. Says resistance. If you have the heals, let me see him. And the famous words of the intrepid TB, surely this is a winning position. Ari doesn't look like he's healing. Yeah, and that'll do it. 4 damage to all. Bubbles says you can get rid of all my good cards. I had the only one that I needed, and it was the one that won me the game.
Damn, he's got the synced up shit talk. Do you see that? The bitter enemies shit talk. Warfare card. Oh my.
Doesn't smell nice, Bubbles.
That's great. Damn, that's
What a
psycho. Psycho.
All right, so that is going to bring up our mystery partner of Bubbles playing Feigned Retreat, and we are going to follow Wild Eyes playing his Soviet France. Bubbles' mystery partner is going to have to backpack him into a tiebreak if he wants to survive. Right, we will have that game for you in just a moment. Innocent Bubbles partners is Innocent Bubbles? No, I don't think so. I think we're going to see the reveal for all of us when this game loads. I think we'll just let the gamer tag. Getting ready for the world reveal. Like the rap song do. This is the world premiere.
This one is hot.
Of Bubbles' mystery partner. I see chat code's gone. I see giveaways gone. Warms the
Damn, son.
Where'd you find this?
Where'd you find this?
A lot of American culture jokes.
I'm sure that people in Europe know about.
How often do you guys go to DatPiff? All the time? Today?
Yeah, absolutely shout out for DatPiff in chat if you are a European.
Sponsored by DatPiff.
Whoa, big time. Yeah, we're bankrupting DatPiff. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Whew. Whew. Take it off. Incredible matches already. Some incredible matches already. Some incredible intros. Bet you $5.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Bright Torn.
Yeah, what's
5
up?
minutes.
True. All right. I think we're just about ready. Spectate mode hasn't failed us yet, so I'm getting everything set, getting in their rooms. Could also be a classic cards friend list conundrum. All right, we might have. Oh, no. Okay, I think we maybe finally had spectate mode. Tag us out. Yeah, they are in game. We're going to get you in game soon as possible. All right, we are in the mystery partner. The mystery partner is J Queen 7.
Whoa! The Queen.
Coming after
Let's go.
the money and not going to share it.
I hope not.
Desperately trying to establish a perfect tournament record over her, of course, rival.
Thinking an easy win for J Queen here.
J Queen's Jagger going up against Wild Eyes' self damage. Wild Eyes self damage played with a France ally, which affords him some extra health, some extra longevity, as self damage does all of that self damage. Plays it with some extra draw as well. Double 5-year plans. Figures he can easily cover the health for it with 4 Call to the Colonies. Really interesting take on a classic.
That's his main game plan. Is he's just burning health for all of the advantages, and then is only healing as a call to the con?
Yes, but he has 4 infantry units that get a buff of 1/1 every time he takes self damage, and then he has 4 6/6s that get a cost reduction time they are in hand and he self damages.
Oh.
However, none of that shit is in his hand right now.
None of it's here. None of it's here. How
It's-
do you think that's gonna affect his chances?
It's late to work today. J Queen with not a bad start trying to backpack Bubbles. The nefarious Bubbles getting in the head of future opponents. Imagine if the bracket would have rolled them against each other. If only. We could be so.
T-minus 3 minutes into the
Ooh,
stream.
Baron,
Can't
enter
you
the
say?
giveaway by typing heavy in chat. I wonder who won that because I'm reading that 5 minutes to the future.
I'm gonna enter it again.
Stop. We will no longer get giveaway codes. Why do you?
I don't think I won the.
Why do
first
you
one.
suddenly have a cup of tea?
I want the cup of tea. God damn it.
Cup of coffee? His partner happens to be named Mr. DDoS. Yeah, Mr. DDoS. Mr. DDoS actually messed up spec mode there for a bit, but we got you back quick as you like because we're intrepid, stalwart.
Quick as you like.
Oh, that's from Counter Strike. It's too much Counter Strike watching. Quick as you like. Probably gonna go after the draw unit here, Wild Eyes. I would imagine. Yeah. Doesn't like Jagro getting those units for free. This would be a really great start if J Queen was playing into some more conventional self damage, but the French ally really allowing Wild Eyes to heal through potential problems. There's 2 E brigades as well. FD boys, Idiot Styles mom. Oh, that was a good guess, Gavin. She was actually one of our first. Not able to play actually. Busy today. Leaving church.
Let's hear it for church in the chat.
We are not sponsored by church.
Sponsored by the Catholic Church, actually. We run PR for them.
They're doing a great job.
They're
of it
doing great.
themselves. I don't know that they need us. Wild Eyes eyeing up an even 2-2 trade. Thinking about it. He's got a couple ARDs in his 2E Rimas. He's got a KV, but probably a little bit early to play that. Not really trying to start draw damage, 2 damage for every draw that J Queen does. Someone guessed Herbal guessed Kolbosnik. That would be incredible. Ooh, what a fucking loop we would have thrown you for. And a nice safe Rima play. Where game. Excuse me, where game. Ooh, that's a good Sendai. We've seen the videos. J Queen couldn't ask for a better teacher, I would have to guess.
Oh, chat is freaking out now.
Hog, snap, what?
Oh my gosh.
I'm mad the Edgelord was drawn from the giveaway. That must be what they're freaking out about. Oh, it is Red Sun. This is such an unfortunate role for Wild Eyes, not finding any of his real self-damage infantry. Just hurting himself for regular reasons.
What's the Rima do again?
So the Rima is a guard that also
Oh my god. That's a
and
crazy.
that's not a deployment, so it's at
Yeah.
the end of every turn as
That's
a
insane.
passive. Keep that on screen for the viewers.
How do you like that roll?
Well, if she can find desperate measures and get that engineer unit killed, it'll be a good roll. Or if she could maybe find it with another Akita proc. See how much already 10 extra health. So Wild Eyes could be at 9 and this game could look completely different.
I like Gatto's comment. It's this cards thing. It's a family business here.
Don't get Rocco started. Likely to take out the 1-1, I would imagine, the buff wagon. Taking that +1 damage off all those units. And the Akita damage going right back into the Rima. Not the greatest outcome for J Queen. Oh, but she'll draw again, and that'll be desperate. Woo. That will be helpful. And the key on top of it. My goodness. Wild Eyes sitting on some fantastic guards. That's really going to help him out here. And he's just going to take care of that key with a combination of self-damage removal and the deployment from the anti-air artillery. He's going to get a 3 big 6/6 guards unit. He's going to throw out another tank that's going to buff.
J Queen's deck have any way to do?
Well, it should have a Sheedan, but I don't think that Wild Eyes is going to move guard off of the HQ.
Oh,
She send eyes. 3/5.
Oh, I like that.
And goes full unit.
I like that.
Controls, goes full board control with that. Does not go for the face damage. Wild Eyes going right back up. And this is why Jagger can steal wins from self-damage because of all of the self-damage, but not in this Wild Eyes variant. This 22 extra health.
Eight plus eight.
Oh, it was 8+8. Listen, usually you're the one.
Feigned retreat.
Rose,
Oh, we finally got to see a feigned retreat.
We are seeing a feigned, a sneaky retreat. He's throwing away 2 Shinotas.
Sneaky retreat. Oh. Shout out to Bionic Man, Philip, running our giveaways here. He's going to eat with his family. So have a good break, Philip.
Extraordinary.
We got beefy tanks coming down.
Yeah, that KV is going to throw 2 damage for every draw. And against Feign Retreat, that sucks. The pain is dialed in here. We might see our first 2-0 of the day. Dina, of course, drawing 2 units with its deployment effect, and that is...
That's another draw? No. It is a good...
Well, from Feigned, not from the deployment effect, but yes.
Okay.
Feigned every time a unit is deployed. And the GG is out.
I wanted to see Feigned Retreat win so bad.
A very valiant effort by J Queen. But the just fat stacks of Call to the Colony's health.
If he did like...
Yeah, if game had MVP awards, Patrick Mahomes put it on the... You ever see that GIF where the Germans have the tank and they put the beer on the end and they drive around and the beer doesn't... It'd be that, but with the MVP. Would never fall.
Get that for next. Leopard.
We get like a live cat. Let's get to our bracket here. We're getting to the very end of our first round. And that will be an elimination, unfortunately, for Innocent Bubbles and of course our mystery partner, J Queen. The dream of the J Queen J King matchup in the semis. Unfortunately, not this year. We would have all loved to see it. Mind games. The living rent free in the head. It would have. Could have been. It would have floored him. So we're gonna get on with our last matchup of the first round. Only 4 matches left. 1 quarter, 2 semis, and then our final. We have again Herbal and John PX. Shout out to Kobosnik. Shout out to Ukraine. Hope that's all going well. Blackouts.
Oh, best wishes.
From the NATO alliance.
From the NATO Cards World Heavyweight Alliance, we have best wishes.
Who is also a sponsor. And of course, Killswitch and Vinny, a dynamic team, a West Coast American and a Turkish man teaming up.
Oh, you
So,
never see that.
One time before, but we don't talk about it. It was in the 70s. So Vinny now with enough are playing at starting this at 7:30 in the morning. Hopefully enough time to wake up here. Wild Eyes versus Bubbles. Wasn't it 2-0? Hold on. Just another quick. No, Bubbles won game 1. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm sorry, everybody. we we threw the slash on them live. That's oh man. He's running.
Slash off.
Which one's them?
The second one.
No, that was another slash.
I can't be canceling more people.
Ah!
Turn this one up.
This one?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
We apologize for that. Obviously, it's gonna be Wild Eyes versus Bubbles to see who goes into the semis. I don't know. I got so confused. We followed both Wild Eyes and Bubbles, so let's go ahead and follow Bubbles again. And they really got at it here. They went real fast, and we were busy being confused. So I apologize at how poorly this has turned out. We have missed some of the turns here.
Oh.
Yeah, they were right on it. Oh, we are bad at our job. Wild Eyes frontline some big beefy boys here. Self damage popping off. Bubbles on the defensive. Looks like Bubbles has found a little bit of ramp here. Found 2 or so ramps. Wild Eyes fiercely slamming damage here. Another free 34th guards. Oh, looks like that was the one off of a Zukov, not taking advantage of the blitz. But the buff, pretty sizable. No, that's just a leftover token from the train. Classic armored train. Bubbles draws into some more ramp. He finds a guard, which is going to be very useful. Throws down his Briansk. Going to save him a little bit here. Still looking to probably take 8 damage, 9 damage to the face. 8 or 9, depending. Yeah, no, it's going to be 8. Makes a lot more sense to trade that way. Briansk would, of course, killed that 34th guards, doing 3 damage after it dies to anything that damaged it this turn. Bubbles is going to have to throw down that first rifles and another Briansk. And then hopefully he can get to a point where he can California a little bit once he has some guards down. But it is bleak. This is our fault. Yeah, we actually.
Good.
Not good. We had one response. Away. Bubbles. Bubbles. Finding some health off of a beautiful play for an engineers battalion out of a Heroes of the Soviet Union.
What is this card doing damage to him? I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what that card is. The plane is doing damage to him?
Yeah,
Too?
so the this particular elite deck draws you a card for the cost of 1 to your HQ. Chooses to get rid of it now. Wild Eyes getting down in health. Of course, we saw Eyes heal back up with no problem last game. But Bubbles getting engineer health off 2 units. Of course, the first rifles spawning another rifles behind it. Right back down to 4, though. He can get a little bit of health from from some engineer regiments, but that's not going to do anything. He can only California one of these units. That's going to be it. There's going to not be any way to get out of this. At best, he could get 2 health off maybe red bannering his U.S. unit. That would be a 7 cost. He'd probably get the American Spitfire. Sure enough.
Oh.
Not going to help him. And I'd like to personally apologize to that team for...
I wouldn't. I'm putting the damn red line back on him.
Absolutely fucking that matchup up as far as presentation goes. And
a little bit of fast forward.
And jinxing.
Oh, we jinxed him.
Well, remember this tournament is put on for the players, and as long as they enjoyed their match, I'm sure that they would have liked it to be streamed, but the important part was that they had a high stakes match to enjoy.
I'm getting
today.
a message here. It says they had a great time.
Oh, sweet. All right, so now we are going to get into our last quarterfinal, and it is going to be the team of Herbal and John PX against Killswitch. Have that up for you in just a moment. Yeah, you weren't really supposed. Left out to dry. I'm not quite sure who's going to start for each of these teams, but let's take a look here. We've got Vinny with a Brit Japan Air, pretty newfangled Brit Japan Air, as everybody knows. That's now sort of the Brit Air that has taken over, although you might see some US variants flying around out there. Or we could see Killswitch's Soviet self damage, probably different from Wild Eyes, probably a more normalized, familiar self damage. Herbal with a Japan US aggro, a little different than all of the Jagros that we've seen so far. That is not a feigned list, that is a US Jagro list. And then John PX with US frontline. Looks like it's going to be Killswitch versus John PX. We're going to follow Killswitch's Soviet self-damage. Killswitch's Soviet self-damage list. Pretty normal here. And John PX's best frontline deck as well. Not a whole lot of difference here from the extremely meta choices. We'll be following John PX. I'm sorry, excuse me. We'll be following the Soviet self-damage deck of Killswitch. We'll be seeing the match from that perspective. Is spectator mode slow again?
Brought to you by Spectator Mode. Not in yet.
Sorry, I got
All
alarmed.
good.
All right, our player's just getting started. Getting the match started here. Go switch on bottom. All right, thank God, spectator mode. We are here with Killswitch and his fabulous, expensive light recon unit and a sickle. Those are both lovely sights. He's going to throw a red banner back. That definitely makes sense. Probably going to keep a 34th guards with the sickle there so he can start that discount process early. Switch putting down recon first turn. Definitely. And John PX with an engineer is definitely going to be helpful as he starts trying to move things into the front line. John PX would have definitely liked to go first if he had a super great chance of pulling this out. Front line into self damage, generally not going to go well for front line. Oh no, it probably doesn't. Right. Surely he doesn't have it. That wants to be heard. That 456 is probably going to get slammed down, and then of course Kill Switch's next turn, Yak will trigger that. He could also trigger it this turn with a sickle, but maybe he chooses to use that one to take the front line. She just wants me. Kill Switch, a very tactical player, definitely taking his full time here. Elects not to start the self-damaging yet. We're going to feed the cat. So once the World Cup game ends, I expect us to get most of that viewership. I think we have a commercial on Fox. Yeah. 39.5 went to a 30-second Fox spot. That is that same guy.
Holy shit. Arbok. Let's give it up for Arbok.
Yeah,
22
give it up for
at the
Arbok.
beginning there. That's so good. We'll get Arbok back in the stream again later.
All right, Kill Switch getting the SU down, doing some damage to himself, but getting that 450 sixth up, getting that 34th guards cheap, getting it down on PX, a frontline deck with no. It doesn't look like that situation is going to. Just hit the 3-hour mark. How? Goes so slow. Oh wait, so it's about to go to penalty kicks? Well, it should say somebody won on penalties. Oh, Messi probably had a penalty kick for a goal and probably. Oh, that's crazy. I think France is probably favored Mbappe and whatever else. We don't really watch a lot of soccer. You know who I do watch? I watch the Birds. Go Birds. Argentinians never going to shut up about this. Well, I don't know any, so I can't say that I'm too miffed about that. But if you do know one, I suspect
Argentina, shut the hell up.
Shut up, Argentina. We're tired of hearing about it. What's that? It happened seconds ago? Already tired of hearing about it. Oh, has to go into the guard with the Hellcat. Protecting the tank. John PX already throwing up the GG. Knows that this might be a hopeless endeavor. Well, you see, he needs the front line, and he's not allowed to have it anymore. So that is going to slowly roll out here. We're going to get Vinny's Brit Japan Air into Herbal's and US Agri. This could be another quick one. Kill Switch and Vinny, of course, both super accomplished cerebral players. Kill Switch second in the June 2022 OCC. Super impressive result for him. Vinny, of course, been in plenty of OCCs, multi-time open qualifier as well. Some opens. All right, now look, see, Kill Switch and Vinny won, and we're going to update the scoreboard correctly. And we're going to make sure that it is trusted. Yes, we will be following Herbal for the next match. Can't have the mouse ring. We got an updated scoreboard. All right, we're administrating that one up real quick. Let's take a quick look at Vinny's air deck and the Japanese cards. The two navals, really, right? Is what he's trying to get done here. What he's trying to pop off with. Once strip planes out, maybe get some casts, some close air support on him. Spread out those 1/1s. Get that board a little sticky, and then when he has a sticky board established and his turn starts, he can throw down that naval supply run. He doesn't care about the discard. Take those big buffs and smack hard. That, of course, is going to go into Herbal, who is running a interesting kind of subset of Jagro. And we are into it. Yeah, well, by the finals, we might have one well-presented match. Red Devil's definitely going to be a starting play here. That's super annoying to have to deal with, especially early game. That one extra credit constantly pricing you out of good decisions. Thinking about keeping rating. Sheeden obviously is a throw.
Woo!
2 half tracks. Those 2 half tracks are going to be super important for these planes. There could be some really interesting interplay here. The Akita also going to be very annoying. Raiding Brigade is going to most likely nuke a bomber. We'll see. My man has, like you said, options. But
Red Devil.
what does he do with 2? Yeah, the only problem with that is Vinny would target the Type 93 before the Devils, and it wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
So he's most likely going to save that Type 93 maybe for his first action on a turn, next turn. That looks like what we're going to get here, maybe. A lot of turn 3 options. All right, so cast comes out. I have to imagine we're going to see Raiding Brigade because another cast is going to put them out of Raiding Brigade range. So while there's still 2 damage units, Raiding Brigadeable. Bomber down. And of course, there's half tracks ready to knock those buffs off of those planes. Going to be interesting. AI-83 is going to protect against bombers really well. Hopefully provide Herbal with some draw. Herbal has a interesting chance. And I remember Herbal playing for Kolbosnik here, a fill-in for Kolbosnik, our Ukrainian friend dealing with blackouts amongst a couple other things going on. Herbal throws the key down. Could be a dangerous move. Let's see if Vinny's holding on to a para. I'm sure Vinny would love to throw a para onto that small plane and just get rid of the key. Oh no, Sexton chooses to freeze it. Says that we can draw off it. That's cool. And Sexton, an incredible Sendai, of course, removed from the battlefield. But if that Sendai dies, Sexton reemerges onto the battlefield. Do not get the deployment. It will no longer permapin. Just be a regular artillery. Not artillery, of course. Beefy boy. Good Monty by Vinny. He's going to draw off that, getting all 3 Monties. And the surprise attack. Great way to kill the key. And the air sup. Vinny's got his arty back. Vinny with a very fierce air deck with a great chance at our first 2-0 here. Really just race anything off. If he gets the cards that he needs. Herbal's not sunk. He's got a decent bombing raid where he could kill both planes in the back line and get 2 damage onto the HQ. Chooses instead for an early half track. Does not get the plane with the Akita. Took a 33% chance at that and did not get it. I would have maybe liked to see the bombing raid. I don't love the idea of using one of your bounces on a 1-cost plane that is not buffed. But not a options either. Vinny's sitting on 7 credits. You'd expect him to exactly do that. And a big cast, and now Vinny really starting to cook here. Now the bomb raid comes out, but it's only getting 1 unit.
To 1 unit.
Trying not to burp, and I was like, oh god.
Brought to you by Rick and Morty. I turned myself into a World War II pickle.
Or 2.
Oh, he's drawing. He's
Another half track goes down to the Sexton. Bomber. Gas. Not looking great for Team EFT. Team EFT, of course, accepting the invitation from our reigning and defending champions, Zilda and Kowalski. Unfortunately, not able to play this year due to prior commitments and circumstances and possible government requirements. Oh, big naval supply. That will be the end. That is our actual first 2-0. We're not getting it wrong this time. Team EFT here to represent the defending champions. Unfortunately, going down quickly as we are on the march to crown interim champions. Hopefully, may face Vinny and Kowalski. Kowalski and Zelda. Maybe it'll be Vinny. Maybe.
attractive. Fixing looks nice.
Flash. All right, so we're going to get into our semifinals. Only 3 matches left. We can wrap this up for another year. We have Wild Eyes and Ari Big Ben going up against Birdo and J King 7. We will get to that game as soon as.
Is it actually 2-0? If we fuck that up twice, it'd be okay.
Between this and Bubbles
Shout
telling
out
me he's in
TV273. Excellent mod. Love to have you. Thanks for all your fucking.
Australia. Thank you.
we need
Thank
it. We
God.
need the help. Berto and J King versus Wild Eyes. Ari Big Ben. Wild Eyes. So. Yeah.
Really got it right
We got
this
it
time.
right the second time. Third time.
Fool me once. Shame on me.
We on to now. Play screen. We love to go. We love going to that.
Just to hear the horns. This could be a resistance mirror here. We could see Ari versus J King in the resistance mirror at some point in this match. Blessed by a semifinals resistance mirror. Taking a look at the difference in these resistance decks. We see only 1 liberation for J King, 2 liberations for Ari. That definitely a big change. An extra call to the colonies. J King prioritizing a little bit more health. Ari with no defend in depths at all, it looks like, which is very interesting. Both, of course, taking a last rites package. All right, it's going to be Wild Eyes versus J King. So we are not going to see our resistance match quite yet. We will follow Wild Eyes as he struggles against the fun and engaging gameplay of resistance. Wild Eyes, of course, with his very interesting self-damage variation, which we've already seen do extremely well for him today. Man, you got a lot of notes.
Yes, I come prepared.
All right, looks like our players have the green light. We will be... Cheese Baron, how many codes did you get? 7 left? Yeah, brother. This is profitable. Tell your friends. Lucrative. This stream is lucrative.
Did you?
Can you fix this? This is a semifinal match, so this is still just a best of 3 here. Our finals will be a best of 5. We have Wild Eyes and Ari Big Ben on the bottom. J King and Berto on top, 0-0. We start a new series. Wild Eyes finds his 456 and some self-damage early. Remember, this deck was winning for Wild Eyes without finding his self-damage synergy early. Now he's finding it early. So is this going to turn out even better for him? Of course, playing into J King's resistance is going to be a lot of ground units getting pinned by pinned ground unit cards.
My favorite cards gameplay. That's what I'm here for.
The excitement of a pinned ground unit. I don't want to see that thing move ever. Take initiative, the card that everyone knows. Filling Wild Eyes' hand, getting himself some draw. Wild Eyes throwing the T80 down, hoping to get the 456 down next turn and to be able to use the T80, giving him some synergy.
34th.
When the T80 dies, yeah. Well,
Wanted to let you guys know the other cameras out of batteries right now, but we will get the enhanced cat cam up.
Cat cam. 14 people in the giveaway. J King heavily considering turn 3 on resistance. Chooses to make sure that that self-damage is not buffing any 456. And Wild Eyes sickles his own 456 for the buff. Nothing in our charts prepared us for that turn.
Off of the into just plain spite territory.
J King immediately just spite territory. Throwing the bombing raid down. Wild Eye's already holding a call to the colonies, though. He's holding health, he's holding draw, he's holding removal. Of course, some of that useful against resistance, some of it not at all. Ooh, I believe that Wild Eyes, well, I'm sorry, Ari Big Ben was with Darkness, but I do think that maybe they did play J King and Birdo. I don't know. Kohler with the Lore Master tech.
That's great.
Yeah, that's impressive. That fucking rules, to be honest.
Fucking nerd. That is crazy. I hope that. I have a lot of notes here, but I didn't do. Last year is a little too long.
Don't let those slack onto the camera too far. Those pages full of notes. J King defend in depth. 2 34th guards. Big losses for Wild Eyes. The yak being used against him here. Yak draw just helping J King mill him and mill him and mill him.
Oh, corn guy. That he's.
I think so. Everybody's from Pennsylvania if you really think about it. Land of the Fertile Crescent. Oh, don't tell me that. Oh, not big liberation. Wild Eyes, unfortunately, stacking cards. This is just going too well for J King. Wild Eyes will give himself some health. He'll do a little damage. Get rid of a resistance card. Spot in the finals on the line. Yeah, Wild Eyes most likely. Yeah, Bloody Sickle and Naval Brigade is going to be a dead key. It's going to be super useful for him there. Some of the best targeted removal in terms of targeted removal options and targeted removal that he has. So probably not going to get better for him than that, but he's going to need a lot more to turn this around. Making just holding on. Options. Could have to the last man somewhere in that hand. Next turn he'll be able to afford it. So Wild Eyes in danger anytime he goes wide on his board. Sheeran, that's going to be 2 damage to all. We don't care about that SU anymore. 456 is going to be a little helpful with the self-damage heck that Wild Eyes is holding. Of course, those resistance cards do 1 damage, so that will net him buffs. He could actually, if he wanted to get rid of the resistance card, he could get that out for free. Although, at some point, not going to really matter either way. Moving his turn out or saving the 2 credits. Doesn't look like he would have had any maneuvers with those unless maybe he won. A King chooses to use his call to the colonies on draw. There's a nice little board Wild Eyes has out. Maybe J King trying to find that to the last man. Maybe he doesn't have it yet. Stat that.
That. Hashtag stat that.
Revenge of Kramer. Coming this fall.
Oh.
And as Wild Eyes loses these units to J King's smaller and smaller AoE blasts, it becomes even more likely that if To the Last Man gets played, it will truly wreck what little hope there is left. The engineers are going to be really cool. Make that To the Last Man at least end up in some positive health gain. 5 big credits to spend. Gonna think about a Zukov here. That will be Blitz and +1/+1 on that second 95th rifle. Maybe he chooses to just ping J King in the face and throw it in the front line. First idea. Pings the health damage. Can that card not ping face? I haven't played it much since they changed it. Yeah, to a unit. I'm stupid. Sorry. That card's seeing a lot of use in self damage now. I know. Berto, a big proprietor. Quite a few others. Playing self damage, you probably want it in there. The Naval Brigade starting to freeze all these ground units. Maybe Wild Eyes just puts out that and passes, but no, looks like he chooses to go. Another 456. Don't know how much wider he can get on this board before it starts to get sketchy. He puts that Rima down. I have to imagine J King will To the Last Man if he has it, and that'll be your ball game. TELM.
Heavyweight.
Oh, they don't, but BetMGM does, and
Oh,
they're actually
BetMGM.
yeah, they are not favorable
Oh, they're bad.
for Wild Eyes, unfortunately. And the engineers go down without a single health restored. The Imperial Decree's just coming in hot. About to be at least 3 damage to the board, maybe 4 if he's holding desperate measures. It is, it's 4, and this is
Oof.
bleak.
Got one now.
No.
Kill himself.
Yeah. And the end of this
King gives you the dignity.
tells you to save that last bullet. Bloody Sickle, or as it's also known, Cyanide Tooth. Admirable. He can't play the Sickle, he can't play the 95th, and he can't play the Resistance card. All of those cards will kill him. And King's Tora will also just kill him.
Yeah. That was a really brutal tour.
Or Tour of the Islands. Took him on a tour of the islands.
Yeah, I guess good Venmo. And Verbo.
Both of which are sponsors.
We're sponsored. Congratulations,
Oh.
J King.
Let's gonna bring up Ari Big Ben versus Birdo. So that is going to be Resistance versus U.S. France Unitless Fatigue. Get ready, everybody. We're going to follow Ari at the bottom.
Oh,
We're going to
nice.
follow Ari's Resistance.
Move the time.
Thought it was my turn to use
It
the
was
mouse.
not your turn for the mouse.
All right, is this semifinal going to be? Well, it won't be short because this match is about to be a match. Yeah, but more of like a power walk. For power walking at least. I was to explain.
Forgot about that
That's-
stipulation.
That's an Olympic sport to the people. All right, Desperate Measures, Anti-Air Gun, and Syrian in the opening here for Ari. Throw a lot of that back. There's maybe 8 units combined in these two decks.
Really?
Yeah, you know how wars are won? Supply lines.
I see.
Call of Duty taught me
So
that.
this is finals.
Correct. The finals decks are not available to any of our players unless they make our actual grand finals a best of 5, where both players will be possibly playing both of their decks. The game has started.
Oh no.
We're going to see how Resistance attempts to navigate a deck full of removal. You have to believe that this is going to be just painfully difficult for Birdo, as it was Birdo's hand is going to fill with removal, and he's not going to have any valid targets for that removal because Ari probably only has 6 or 7 units. So it's just going to be a lot of dead cards in hand. Although Ari does seem to play a more unit heavy. He's got some guards in there. Of course, Ari's hand is going to, not have many ground units to use his navals on. So it's going to be an interesting match. If Ari can pull this off, because Birdo's hand does fill with a ton of useless removal, then we will most likely see the Resistance tiebreaker to make our finals here, which everyone wants and is looking forward to. Small, modest board here for Ari.
Oh, kind of.
The Japan one?
Yeah.
All right, Berto heavily considering his turn here. Probably sitting on some, considering that is 90% of that deck. Just passes. Bold pass. Berto has 28 health. Ari choosing to just get some cards out of his hand. Little blips of damage. Going to draw into his Desperate. Going to make Birdo mill. Cards and Stripes might have actually been useful as these 4 cost or 4 health units start to stack up, although don't see Ari putting a second Sheeran out.
They win.
Oh, the giveaways?
What's in the giveaway?
I believe it's at least 1 pack of
pack of
cards.
cards.
Some of them I might have draft tickets. Some of them might have both.
Draft ticket. Extendee.
What are we even entering for? Says Vinny. Giveaways, brother. You know, you get like a pack, card codes, generously supplied by 1939.
We are also gathering your data.
And selling it to 1939.
Selling it to advertisers.
I also saw some other full collection people, Vinny, entering the giveaways. But hey, you know, whatever.
The 7 damage turn.
Last year, I believe we did have a giveaway for like one of the codes was also like a teacup. So, so some of the giveaways might be for better stuff, but I think this year, don't quote me. I think this year it's mostly all just packs.
Big Ari Big Ben got the seven damage of
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Takes a free kill on a Syrian with the Hellcat. Able will halt that in its tracks. I would imagine. Yeah, no, okay. Ari just chooses to draw the phony war. Not really. Birdo already has 8 cards. All draw for Ari, no draw for Birdo.
No. Slut.
Shooting eggs. Birdo could probably spit like a whole egg out of his mouth.
Isn't Birdo a girl?
Burrito's not a girl.
Oh.
Birdo. Yes, Birdo is a girl. Oh, of course, the very familiar Birdo sounds from Super Nintendo, done by Dave perfectly. Soul of Old Japan. By the wayside, that might have been a very useful elite unit. Just getting rid of navals. Oh, air defense kills the Shirian. That's good, though. Gets it out of the way. Not going to have to worry about it on the key. Of course, there's also going to be a counter-strike that is going to have to be dealt with as well. $15 to $24.
Who's playing the Birdo?
Yeah, but I mean a fatigue deck.
So yeah, so he's winning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
He's winning the fatigue.
he is. This is very interesting. Could go a lot of ways here, and I'm sure neither guy's having a good time. They both probably fucking hate this. Well, I mean, I know. No, I know what they don't hate. Sometimes you have.
That's real, folks.
Sometimes you don't necessarily play the most fun deck.
That's real.
That's real. I mail it to them in an envelope through the mail. Big arming the resistance. Another mill for Berto. Ooh, Berto mills his phony war. Probably doesn't care. Probably doesn't need that.
They both.
Ain't no real wars around here.
Battle of Mine. This is a minor Toggins haversack. Toggins
Sure do.
No, it's in Silicon Valley, but it was a World War II guy who dropped a haversack. Yeah. I'm so proud that I.
What's the the unwinnable Star Trek test? The Gardner Minshew. What is it?
Gardner Minshew. Kobayashi Maru.
Yeah, the Gardner Minshew. Hardy Big Ben with a big sheet and play 8 big damage. Pushing Birdo. Birdo's got tons of removal. You'd think that Birdo, as long as his hand isn't just brick to shit, only one resistance card. Defend in depth. Frontline removal isn't going to do it. AoE probably isn't going to do it. The defend in depth. All right, he's got it. Feels safe now. One of Ari's biggest threats. Neutralized. Birdo surely playing for fatigue. Ari only at 6 cards. Finding is to the last man. Probably not very useful to him.
Fatigue check. Oh,
High
that deck
altitude.
is looking light at the. Also,
Wrong summary. Fatigue very well could matter. If Ari truly exhausts everything, Birdo can just let him take compounding damage for 12 straight turns.
huge follow. Thank you.
Anton. What up, Anton? Must be like a missing comma somewhere on our viewer count now that the World Cup ended. Yeah, it's probably 2 commas actually missing. Big Kika. Ari really trying to take this home now, sitting on lethal. Testing Birdo for more removal. This matchup just so bad for Birdo. Just holding tons of removal for a bunch of cards. He takes the woo what a turn by Birdo. Gets some health. He makes him mill his own lib. He makes sure that he doesn't get the kamikaze cards from Kika and kills Kika. Out of cards. Ari is out of cards, but he gets 8 more cards. This is going to come down to Kawanishi and Kamikaze. Does Birdo have health? Does he have any calls to the colonies right now? Got a lot of resistance and take initiative nonsense that he's not fond of. Draw 2 of his own cards. Of course, 3 damage to face. Bombing raid also a huge deal. Possibly 5 damage to face after Kawanishi. Kawanishi manages to stick. Or if he goes same turn. Cross of Lorraine. Just take a little face damage. Take a little draw. Gunship mission. Take a little health. A little face damage. Here comes the kamikaze train. Deal 3. Another one. Deal 3. 8 times 3. And certainly more than how much health he had. Going to be 1 credit short. What can Birdo do? Of course, even if Birdo kills the Kawanishi, Birdo is going to die to the bombing raid, so Birdo has to find health and removal.
Birdo. Match it. So-called free.
Depth charges
Okay.
is not gonna. Cheetah and Kika are dead, so nothing really to worry about there. Obviously, being able to be targeted by the order. So we are going to overtime again. Only one of these teams is going to go to our final round for a shot at $200 per man. And we are going to see that maybe tomorrow because we're about to watch a 6-hour resistance mirror. Who's ready? That's just a hunch. I don't know that for sure yet, but what my gut said. What are you looking at my gut for?
What are you looking at, Meg? What are you playing 45 resistance cards for? Lost the. I think they're gonna throw
J King versus Ari. We have our resistance matchup, baby. We're gonna follow J King, who I believe is undefeated today, playing his resistance. Oh man, this is a barn burner. Don't fucking blink, am I right?
Let's go.
All right, we are right into it. These guys know that this might take a minute, so they're not wasting any time.
Oh.
The winner of this resistance mirror will go to the finals, to the best of 5 for a shot at $400 team prize.
Starting off with a full mulligan, and with that full mulligan, you know what that means? You get
Breadsticks.
breadsticks. That's what I was gonna say. Every pizza Hut in America, free breadsticks because of the full J King mulligan.
Steal a mulligan, steal a taco.
Gotta switch that.
That's right. TV messages me and then I want to talk to him. Turn 2, a single damage poked to the face with a Tora Tora. Naval op just thrown out to get it out of hand. Maybe J King will reciprocate, a fellow man of culture. Let's both agree to just freeze all of the non-existent units. I can't wait till next year when we're like, do you remember last year we played Naval? And they were against each other. There were no units. Shit blew my mind.
Are they meme? Gotta be memeing.
No, it's just the card. There's not enough ground units for the card to be worth it. It's just going to clog your hand. It's not dead in hand because obviously right now he could freeze this like single guard, but it's like not useful enough to hold on to for sure. So might as well just get rid of him. J King throws him out back to back. At least he gets a pin and a damage off this one. Although again, more about getting it out of hand. J King with plenty of removal for that. Draws a second defend in depth. Only needs one of them. Doesn't really care about that Sheedin at all. Big early threat down. Already knows that J King is removal rich, so probably had no other good turn 5 and just doesn't really mind. A fat resistance hand for J King and the first lib. Full heal to Ari. Shifts the match around maybe a little bit. Three codes left. The generous code baron has been active. Just gets rid of his resistance cards. Back-to-back libs by Ari. Back-to-back 9-card mills for J King. All the colonies. That health could be big, especially if this goes to fatigue. Just when you thought it was safe to assume that J King could finally maybe add a tag title to his trophy case. Ari Big Ben is here to say, not so fast, quite literally, because this will not be fast. And another third straight 9-card mill. Phony War. J King losing a lot of draw options, losing health options, staring down a big 38 and a trim hand. Only takes one liberation, J King. That really could come into play here. We would have loved to draw it as well. Yeah, I should have just brought. I thought about bringing my whole computer just in case we needed it. That would have solved that problem. Back over. Also would have needed to on. Or I would have. I mean, obviously we should have done like the other hand, but honestly, I thought spectator mode did both. What I get for not watching OCCs. Should have banned resistance, says J Queen. So a couple people have essentially skins. Certain cards have premium versions. Well, you know, it's your opinion. All right, nerd. All right, well, Nervin.
I used to use that font to make Battlefield 1942 forum signatures.
This is definitely brought to you by forum signatures. His whole career is brought to you by forum signatures.
It looks shittier than well.
All right, now with a big Kika as well. The resistance tournament is the dream. Dream come true today, then. And in depth, will get rid of the Kika, which at least saves him from that big damage plane. Jaking going to be able to hopefully scrape some of this back here. Ooh, to the last man just to get rid of the key. Very bold. But Jaking going to be able to liberate, cause some mill damage to Ari's hand, get himself some health. Try to reclaim a little bit of this game here. Resistance matchup is hard to kind of handicap. Ari's got the leads here.
Doesn't really have cards.
Going to be a lot of the resistance cards. 2 from J King's Liberation, and of course, both players are going to be trading take initiatives the entire time.
This was the
Of the World Cup. Possibly. I mean, he might just be referring to the resistance matchup.
Yeah.
Ari did not make top 4 this year, but Ari obviously done very well in other last 2 OCC wins. Match brought to you by Tiny Carpets.
Carpet.
Tiny Carpets.
I love this little. The coast.
Hey, King. Thinking through his options here. Game looks destined for fatigue. One man sort of way ahead in that race. Overdraw last right so we can pog. Indeed. King picks up a little bit of draw. He's got a defend in depth that will take care of a unit that will draw a card Ari does not want. That's a bombing raid mill. Very nice. And is that a second Kika for Ari? A second Kika from the Choose Your Elite order. I'm not sure what the Japanese version is called. Heroes of the Rising Sun. I'm sure that's not it, but spot in the $400 finals on the line. You don't get shit in this tournament unless you win. This is a winner take all tournament. We do not have third place matches because the guy that wins third wins the same as the guy who got eighth, and that's $0 fucking dollars. But two men's pockets will be weighed down this afternoon.
Heavy. If I see one more worthless naval operation, I am closing the stream. I'm turning it off.
Turn this car around.
My God, the fuel.
I mean, between you and me, I didn't like it when
It's
it came
really
out either.
bad font.
The font specifically, the alternate art, some of them are
Those
nice.
are cool, yeah.
But
Bad
I would
game.
never say that publicly. I wouldn't want the dev to think that I
Dev
had a
respects
negative
honest
opinion.
criticism.
I don't know about that. I would just never say it in a public
Everyone
forum.
knows in Iceland.
Well, font was actually invented in Iceland.
Could you say that Iceland?
Gutenberg was actually Iceland. Invented the printing press out of snow. I mean, yeah, compared to Greenland, it's still pretty fucking cold. Of course, you got Bermuda, you got Aruba, Iceland, island paradises.
So basically, J King.
I want to go to. Get me wrong. I want to be clear. Next year, I'm in the top 4 of.
J King is.
Good Graham fix. Oof. No, I don't think so. Puts the Kawanisi down. Draws his own Kika and an Imperial. I thought maybe he might just start running through his resistance cards as a concede. Oh, our other camera might be back in the fold. No, never again, probably. Actually,
Wire that my idiot mother bought me charges the phone so slow.
and that'll be it. Ari Big Ben finds enough burn to win, to put us all out of the misery that was that Resistance Mirror match. Really great game. Really great game by J King, who piloted Resistance incredibly today to multiple wins, but just couldn't quite find the mirror. A tag team title continue be the only title elusive to championship commander, Mr. King. There's two young kings in this world. One of them is Jalen Hurts, quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles. One is J King 7.
Word cam.
All right, so that is going to leave only one team on the left side of our bracket. Our finals representative from the left side, Wild Eyes and Ari Big Ben. We will know soon if their opponent will be our French team of Bison and List or our Turkish West Coast United States connection, Kill Switch and Vinny.
The vegan kebab.
Cards. World. Heavyweight. Tag. Team. Championship. Cards. World. Championship.
All right, we are back with our second semifinal. Someone has to go up against our European team of Wild Eyes and Ari Big Ben. Will it be an all-European final against the French, or will the American-Turkish connection, the vegan kebab, have something to say about it? We might go get kebabs later. Tommy Bob. And list with the sick beta card back. I really like that one. Both these men trying to punch their ticket into a $400 final. Thick final. Kill Switch playing his very familiar self-damage, getting a recon card out very first turn. Going to work well for him. List could choose to destroy that. No problem with the Sudden Strike and prevent the draw, as it wouldn't be taking damage. Sudden Strike, of course, just destroys without damaging a 2-cost or lower card. Might behoove him to do so. We'll see. List just happy to get it to play his deck this time, not getting raced off of the board with his heavier deck. Actually getting a chance to flex the German-Italy control muscle. Glad we get to see it from this end. Early guard, early mare, early AoE from the root out, and the sudden strike, all going to be super helpful. Seems like he's saving that sudden strike for a 456. He'll let one get buffed up, and then he'll off the board like it never mattered. T80, the self-damage has begun. And I have to imagine we just see Bologna slammed down to protect HQ. This could be an extremely fun matchup here. Have to see how self-damage hang with some of the health that the Italian German deck is going to be able to put on. Put on for my city on. Remember that song?
I don't know.
Or Chameleonaire?
I don't know. I remember Riding Dirty.
That's not Chameleonaire, but I mean, I remember
Are you
Riding
sure?
Dirty. Yeah. Riding Dirty is PI.
Millionaire.
Oh, maybe he's a feature? Oh, maybe. But I know that the song.
Look that up.
Young Jamie.
The guy is not even on that song at all. Just
Riding Dirty?
a music video featuring Crazy Bone.
That's from Both Times in Harmony.
Song by
That's Riding. That's not.
Oh, this says Riding. I
Yeah.
think it's called Riding. Riding Dirty is called Riding.
All right, no, yeah, that's of course the beat. You all right? I can't believe you got me on a Chameleonaire song. God, shut that off before we can't put this on YouTube. Bologna still has not gone out for list. Holding on to that careless talk. Probably hoping to get some sort of self-damage tank. Jake and Umberto, I believe, are both huge Nickelback.
Is that a thing? Like Nickelback more
Well,
than
Nickelback is Canadian.
I know that, but
And they don't embrace
it's
their
like a
own.
national
Probably
pride
love
thing.
Gordon Lightfoot too.
Gordon Lightfoot.
Oh. The Edmund Fitzgerald? I doesn't know about the Edmund Fitzgerald. Oh, it's a boat.
Oh, I hate that fucking song.
Song
So
rules. Those men die.
Fuck Canada. Fuck that
Whoa.
song.
We respect all of our Canadian friends.
I hate that song so much.
Gordon Lightfoot might not even be Canadian.
Just come out.
So anyway, List playing a great game. Still holding his careless talk. Only 3 damage done by some early aggression from the self-damage. Pedoyakov will be a little annoying, but there's definitely some deployment effects, but not as many as maybe like a US deck. Things like Yag Bomber, obviously Leo, but we're not there yet. Those things are going to be really interrupted by that Pedoyakov. As we said before, Sudden Strike being saved for a 456. This time, not incredibly buffed up, but still definitely useful. You know what List wants here. List wants that Panther out, and then he wants Mare on that Panther. He wants an untargetable tank. Mash things with. Stacking health. Huge HQ. The greatest HQ you've ever seen. The biggest. Walked in here today and I another 456. It's killed before it sees the battlefield. Careless talk. Helping out.
Bye
Bye bye.
bye. Bye.
This might be a really good time for Hipper. Hippering the tank does give Killswitch the ability to harness the self-damage positively again, but it also makes him take the self-damage again. You could also maybe just guard up here or perhaps throw out the Panther. Not the Panther. You get 4 damage and then 1 damage from the double trading into the Panther. That would be enough to kill it, and you wouldn't want to Mare this turn. Prevent that. I think that the turn here would be to Hipper.
Hippa.
But perhaps guard and Flampanzer, although not getting the Flampanzer deployment could be something to that too, just having options on the board, but List goes with the first option. It says no draw, no credit. You can take that damage again, get that tank out of my face. But man, List is being made uncomfortable by Pedoyakov. This is a good match.
Just being made comfortable by those 2 damage.
Well, no, the Pedoyakov prevents any deployment effects. So that Decima right there, that just kills a unit in the support line when it comes out.
Yeah,
But right
that's
now it doesn't do
crazy.
anything because of Pedoyakov.
I'll look at my logo now, right?
So it's just it's a nice guard. It's like a 3/6. As you lose units, its cost gets more expensive while it's in hand, but List's not super worried about that as its downside. Probably expect to see Panzer IV here, or Panzer III. Oh no, of course. Panzer III, of course, will not draw because, again, Battle Yak probably not going to see Panzer III. I would imagine next turn on turn 8, perhaps he wants to drop his Panther and his Bologna. Then he has a guarded Panther and can play for his Mare turn next. So maybe we don't see the guard go now, or maybe we do. And then, yep, finally that Slam Panzer comes out just to be powerful. Kill switch waiting for the stream delay to catch up before attacking. Hell yeah. That's a good ass joke.
The fuck? Ban that guy. I am not a girlfriend. I am not a girlfriend. Ban him. Ban him.
Hush, babe.
What? Banning.
Don't ban idiot style. You can time him out, maybe.
Accidentally pinned it.
I accidentally pinned it.
Can't reach the mouse.
I'm gonna say you know what List would like to discard here. Maybe he just takes his positive trade, the 5-3 for the 3-3 tank, throws down the Panther. Would be a good turn for him. Still has a wolf pack that could really change this game around depending on what it hits. But right now we know what List wants most.
What is this one?
No,
Panther?
yes, but that Pedal Yakov, both of those. Four left. Gotta figure he maybe does face, but you gotta figure he rolls that tank up. Probably rolls the guard up as well. Takes the face damage. Kind of turns out to not be the greatest for kill switch. Throws it into that. Maybe gets less of a problem with how much health he's going to get back here, but I have to imagine we're going to see List spend 4. He's going to take a fat 7 health, kill the 456. Going to have 5 credits left. He could even use his Panzer 3L to kill the 5-3 tank directly after that. Instead, he'll choose to wolf pack and get red banner. That's pretty nice. Still has the ability to Panzer 3 next turn. 5 and 6 would be 11. He's 1 damage or 1 credit off being able to Panzer 3 the SU and then roll the Panther cross to finally kill that bomber. Of course, kill switch also probably going to put that recon unit in the front. Doesn't matter. You just play the recon unit, or you play that last? Yeah, I think the recon unit can move up. Of course, the new change to Mare, that no longer triggers the damage, so he clears that really nicely, really easily. Yakov still a problem, but Kill switch's draw also a problem. Oh, and 2 blitz cards now. Again, has a great turn for 11 credits, but only 10. You have to imagine the infantry regiment's going to come first so that it gets its buff. No, it chooses Panzer 3 first. No, rethinks it. The infantry regiment, if it's played as the only unit on your board, you get the +2/+2, making it a 5/5 instead of a 3/3. But op cost being only 1, looks like he's valuing the front line more than the buff. Or just doesn't take the buff at all. True. It also had that exact same turn, but just with of course, I'm being so silly. Pedoyakov, it was always going to be a 3/3, so it would just be the buff. I'm sorry, the blitz would have been the only. 1 damage to all. That's going to. He only needs a single from the people to kill the Panzer. Been doing this for too many hours now. I can't think of the card that the self damage or let you choose. Not going to matter either way. But Killswitch might not have it. You'd think he would have slammed it down if he did. Sickle, perhaps? No, and that looks like it's finally going to be a dead Pedoyakov.
Do it.
Yeah, you could be a big get here as well. You could maybe cycle in a recon or his own T80. He can finally draw with his Panzer. If Killswitch decides to go large with something, Ledesima is going to take care of that threat immediately. King Tiger as a choice.
Take it, coward. Coward if you don't take the big ass tank.
Mare and Reich Research, of course, probably better picks in this situation.
Coward picks.
But everything could be very situational useful right now. King Tiger is definitely good. You can drop it on turn 12.
That's fucking
Extremely good turn. Honestly, might be the right move. Reich Research wouldn't have been that great for him. At best, maybe Flying
Who
Bomb.
even knows?
Always is the end of Reich Research, which is U-boats. They love U-boats. We'll discard 2 and could have been pretty beefy. Now you gotta expect we're just gonna see King Tiger, and suddenly all those orders aren't gonna help Killswitch very much. Pedoyakov stops Ledesima from mattering. King Tiger is a passive, not a deployment effect, so that's not gonna help there. Of course, killing the 456 with the JU lines up really well, is also advantageous and maybe better than higher King Tiger play. Oh no, Killswitch sees it, throws his 456 out of range. Seems like he's trying to think of a way to work in this root out.
Absolutely not.
So if he swings at the 456 with the JU, he won't kill it. Therefore, he won't activate the JU's passive of drawing the unit into his hand. But he will set it up for a root out to kill that and the recon and his 2-1. Believe his JU at only 1 health. Looks like he's going to root out first. That might be a better line. A lot of stuff to think through here. A lot of direction. Zone. Throws the blitz unit into the front line.
Ooh, did he?
He might have. I'm not sure that playing the 456 is a deal for him no matter what. The Pedoyakov probably not going to swing because he's going to just give a Pedoyakov to List, which he definitely doesn't want to do. See if List takes the 4-1 into the 3. The reason we have viewers.
Wobbling.
Maybe makes the trade now. Pedoyakov seems very no bueno though. And see this, not that List made a wrong decision. I couldn't tell you if he did or not, right? But like that's the thing with King Tiger. It's so expensive. It takes the entire turn to get it out. That either of the other 2 cards might have valuably to last few turns. That KV is the perfect Decima target. Now that all of the Pedoyakovs are out of Killswitch's hands. He's been holding that Decima so long, and that sniper is poised and ready, scoped in. He'll take a draw, too. Probably going to grab a wolf pack, I'd imagine. Yeah, we're coming after your hand now, son. It's not good. Not good for old Killswitch. List is an incredible tournament player. He loves showing up. I mean, he's been on ladder recently a lot, too. Has been doing some straight up work, but Nations Cup opens, things of that nature. List gets on another level, puts it in another gear. Well, that it's gonna start from the peak. More importantly, no draw next turn. Kill switch just limited to these boys here, these 6/6s.
Ooh, very.
Throw the Pedoyakov. Now the Pedoyakov can be attacked. It's not behind a guard. Maybe wanted to throw that between under the Decima. But also maybe just giving it away. If you want to burn one of your big swings here on that, then that's fine by me. I'm coming King Tiger next turn. I need to buy the king some time. Kill switch. Cerebral. His approach. 2 big swings, and they're going to matter a whole lot. Guard is down. 7 damage can go into the Pedoyakov or into face. Really giving 2 squirts of piss about that 456 and a non-self damage deck. Or a 2/4 Panzer. Yeah, there goes Pedoyakov. Oh, a 7th Alpini. That is a big guard that basically has Mare on it already as a passive. That's going to be a huge swing here. I expect to see that over King Tiger. Remember that 456 until the HQ gets damaged. It's just 1/3 with nothing really good to speak of about it. So List will just throw his guard down. Look at it. Now, obviously, the 7/7 trades into that really nicely. It's only going to be 4 health. Best, which isn't a ton. Navigates this well to kill the 456 without it ever getting guard, then doing the damage. Ooh, the Blitz Heinkel. We haven't seen him all day. We're gonna get some draw here. We're gonna get to look at some cards. And List finds removal. He finds countermeasure. He finds any of those could have done exactly what he needed them to do. Looking extremely grim for Kill Switch now. Probably gonna play Panther G and draw. Oh,
What? Yes!
hey, he plays King Tiger.
Go!
He says, "Move that unit up to the front line. I don't care." Back for that guy. Oh my goodness. 8 and 5 is 13. He can't.
Wunderbar.
He can't win. He can't win, but he can frontline the King Tiger, although not the general use of one. Mare and Leopold.
Leopold. Pointless. What if it was BM Leopold?
List with an embarrassment of riches.
Take the conservative with.
Could have done that in reverse order to not give Kill Switch 2 health, but again, I do not think he cares. A 5-year plan is one of the only things that could make this interesting, and it really wouldn't make it that interesting. Annihilation, not really a great play here, but yeah, again, we can throw that back in his draw first. Like he's gonna go Panther G. Knows he's won. It's just a matter of navigating it properly and efficiently. From the deep, probably a great thing to hold up here.
Oh.
It really shouldn't matter. There's no line that's getting Kill Switch out of this. Maybe he top decks 5-year plan here. He goes down to 3 health and finds a 456 and a sickle. But obviously, with the 2 big swings List has available to him in the Annihilation. Once again, very impressive. List got beat up in the quarterfinals and trusted Bison to bring it home with 2 mobilized wins. But List trusted his deck, knows that is by no means a bad choice to bring, and he'll find his W and put pressure onto Kill Switch and Vinny in the quarter or in the semis.
That was fun. I like that German pulling out big old.
All right, so we're going to get ready for Vinny versus Bison, and we are going to follow from Vinny's perspective. Vinny to the bottom. All right, so we have Vinny who has brought an air deck. Seen already, wreak havoc once. He will, of course, be going up against Bison's Mobilize. Two Brit decks here, but they're going to play completely different. These guys get gathered here. Vinny's going to be looking to get those planes out. He's going to be looking to get them buffed and swing with big naval turns. Bison, of course, is going to be looking to build a big ground board that he can pull health off of. He can pull unit buff off of through the mobilize mechanic, maybe even get himself up to a Commonwealth. All right, looks like we are rolling. We've got turn one going to the air deck as if it needed more help. Of course, he's got sorties. He's got sorties on one, baby. We're out. We're out here. We're doing the thing. $400 finals on the line. The incredibly formidable team of Wild Eyes and his partner. He hand selected his invitation, Ari Big Ben. Here to take no prisoners. Here to beat world champions. Here to win resistance mirrors. Vinny with a great start. Loving a turn two albacore. Getting a kill with that one damage. Nasty. Sonya, close air support. We already got 3 planes out. We already got 3 buffs out. We're hitting you. We're striving for greatness. We're about to throw down an even bigger buff. I assume Vinny holds off on that on turn 4. I assume turn 4 he puts down his type and he attacks with all 3 of his planes. No longer is that the play. Monty gonna squish that. That's an amazing clutch early Monty for Bison. Hopefully some good tech getting drawn into his hand.
What's Bison playing?
Mobiles. Right, Vinny will buff now. Huge board, big fellers.
What board removal?
It has, some. Hold on a minute, please.
The HMS Illustrious. Hope he didn't need that.
All right, and after this last semi, we're gonna take a very short 5-minute break before our grand finals.
Is he gonna go triple face with a bomb?
Of course he's gonna. Where else would he go? Where's he going? Where's you?
Hey, I know.
I know about everything about cards. Sponsored by Grammarly. Get your Grammarly subscription. You need one.
We're better at grammar.
Not brought to you by Babbel. Don't learn other languages. Do not embrace culture.
World speak. That's our official stance. That is not our official stance. I think everyone should learn.
Disney movie?
No,
No one
I
saw
can't
that.
remember what the.
Person saw. Bomber blocking fighters here, but not too much of a problem for the 4/5 bomber. He can still throw a fierce 7 damage. The face, he could even draw beforehand. Looks like he will. That's a mean Cass. Chooses to take the 8 damage to face. Sitting pretty on 2 fatty boomalati bombers.
Said it better myself, Ken.
Right you are. Nice defending depth. Exactly 4 cards. 4 damage to kill the albacore. I believe that was an albacore. Oh no, it was just a swordfish. That might have been the albacore. Who can remember? Another nice close air support. As Bison on death's door. Kill switching Vinny. Not going quietly into any good night. Trying to make that $400 final. Put up with this for 4 hours now, this so-called tournament. Trying to make it worth their while. For some of this
That like
legal tender.
oh. Dropped quite a lot of that.
Legal tender. Big Sexton out. Of course, the lot of ways for Vinny to kill that Sexton. Trying to figure out if he has any sort of lethal avenue here. I don't think so. Only has 6 out of 8. But we'll just take 2 damage and not spend any of the card removal on Sexton. He will instead just throw the Wellington out. Nice Shelling's going to ensure Bison sees another turn. Completely pins that back line. Well, he would have. Got some nice hits on those bombers. Not look like that's going to be longer. Pin and a kill. I have second Monty as treat. Bison deep in thought with his 9 credits. Draw is nice. Going to afford him some new options here. He's got some problems to deal with. Basically looking at double lethal. All of the colonies will get him out. Get him out of that. Only by one. Any kind of buff. And we're going to see Vinny transform to Winnie. Buff. He plays it safe. Destroys the threats. Says you're not going to have the removal. Don't mind taking another turn. That'll block a little bit of bombers. It's a good game, my friend, though. Bison knows that that's not enough to block everything. Vinny takes the free kill off the Monty and surprise attack. 5 and 4. 9 out of 8. So we are going to see
Game 3.
one more game in our last semifinal match. We will have you updated very shortly who that is going to be. Both teams now with a big decision to make. Are Killswitch and Vinny going to send out self-damage or air? And are Bison and List going to determine control or mobilize? Big decisions here. A lot of different matchups could form out of this choice. See where they go. Vinny and Killswitch with extremely similar win percentages. Killswitch at a nice 66. Vinny at a nice 68. Going up here against Bison and List. List with also a nice 66 win percentage. Bison with a 60%.
Really world heavyweights. The theme.
I mean, it's certainly heavyweights from the world here. We have multiple countries, quite a few really, represented here.
Nations.
Yeah. Got Germans, we got
Regions.
Frenchmen, we have
Biomes.
a couple different biomes. Got Hungary, we've got Turkey,
Goblin.
well, we do have Canada, that's correct.
Mountains.
Bison and List are gathered right now.
They're from London.
They're the French team. They are taking their time. No rush to them, of course, but they are really considering the choice that they are sending out here.
I'd like to see sportsmanship. Wembley. So French.
French Open is in France. Wimbledon is in England. You know what the Australian one is?
Kind of pretty soon, you know what I mean?
The Australian Open. You know what the US one is?
China pretty soon, you know what I mean? I know that. Obvious.
Everybody loves tennis.
Cards. World. Heavyweight. Tag. Team. Championship.
Let's go.
All right, we have List playing his German Italy control into Vinny's air. This is going to be for the final spot in our finals. Or do you want to flip the?
Yeah. What the?
Careful with my broadcast. Liz trying to bring it home for Team France, a spot in the finals. Vinny trying to get to the money match.
What the?
Right, no turn ones. Turn two from the deep. Maybe trying to get more value out of that. It goes to kill the Sonia. Another Sonia. Lampans are here, gonna do yeoman's work. And let me tell you, List will gladly spend 4 to kill another bomber with that next turn if Vinny does not have a way to freeze her up, but like he does. Not only that, it is dead. Sonya, of course, killing any pinned unit that it attacks. List probably thinking pretty hard here about that route out. Killing another bomber. Killing the type. Not super useful, but you know, tiny little ping tank. The problem is Vinny with 5 cards on turn 4 starting to roll. Gonna have to find some options. Of course, every unit in Vinny's deck, just about, I believe. I don't think he's running a mosquito, so Annihilation can be played on basically every unit in his deck. This card is going to loom large here. List wants to get more for that root out, but if the buffs come, root out can be less effective. Danger to what he's risking here. Of course, if this is the turn Vinny wants to put down a plane and cast, gonna need more than one. So of course, Swordfish would survive, or I'm sorry, of course it would not survive the from careless talk from the deep. And he sees the countermeasure, thinks that it may have also been decisive defense, so he doesn't attack with his type. After this game, we will take a very short break to let our finals opponents gather their wits and make their decisions.
Fight Circus.
Oh, yeah, it's our last and final sponsor, Fight Circus. On Fight TV. The second best thing you'll see all year.
Third best.
A flying bomb. Chooses not to use it, just holding the from the deep up. See what unit from Vinny he's able to get with that. Vinny tests for decisive defense, knows that it's not there. Only 2 credits were floated, so Vinny, being a much smarter man than me, knew that it couldn't have been that anyway. Content just to do his 1 damage.
Oh, you got the from deep.
Yeah, hold her up.
Oh, yeah, hold her up.
They'll get you. They'll get you. German Italy control kind of is. Right now, it just wants to chill. I wonder if Vinny just has a terrible hand, perhaps just full of orders, not able to find his plane. Okay, let's talk real well against any of the little plane drops that.
Bye bye. Bye
Albacore
bye.
stopping the untargetable tank for a full turn. Definitely a huge deal. This from the deep and the Alpini to guard, or only from the deep? That looks like we will go Alpini as well. Air can, of course, pop off at any time. Just right now, probably feels pretty good. Feels like he's sitting pretty. He has another flying bomb to just absolutely destroy another air unit, because I think all of them are under 3 cost point in the way that air is being currently run. And of course, that annihilation going to be a big discard coming up. List trying to ensure the all European finals. As our lone American in the bracket, are you rooting for Vinny?
Say that.
You heard it. The pin will prevent List from slapping Mare on that bad boy and grabbing that health. Might just pass. Whatever. Cool, man. I don't need this. Need that shit. 5-hour mark with no. Wanted to make it shorter this year. We didn't. We kind of wanted to do that too, but we also did not really get that to work out. You're a part of the production team. We fail as a unit.
No. Raft.
We succeed.
Life raft.
We succeed as
You
a
go
unit.
down the ship. Life raft.
We fail as a unit.
QB life.
Say Q. Women, children, and Jalen Hurts.
Earlier, when I thought he picked Tiger, it was from one.
Oh yes, it is probably awesome. Big turn from List to be able to clear those extremely annoying bombers. Oh, but he's not getting any health off that Alpini, no sir. That's finally a good target for Lion for the day. Oh, although Comet can just deal with that for free right now. He wants his Leopold, and he's certainly thinking about it. He takes his Leopold.
I wanted to see the comment there.
Big Leo, kind of, sometimes you can't turn it down. I think I would have probably taken Comet, played it, and used Wellington myself. But I could hold on to my Lion for a day. Perhaps that's the wrong move. Nothing is Lion for a day-able in Vinny's deck until it gets buffed to that point. Nothing.
Oh.
Now that the Wellington is gone, nothing in that deck is killable with that Lion without first receiving buffs to get it over that threshold. Of course, that always, can happen at any point. Could happen right now. Vinny down to 1 bomber. Looks like that 1 bomber might be back to a 1-1. Dude, oh man, Leopold. Massive, slender, pulled. The discard from Naval Supply Run really hurting Vinny. Oh no, the top deck Wolfpack makes him discard his only card.
Bye-bye.
Make sure that he doesn't get a card next turn. He's still taking 6 damage to the face. He's still getting drawn on. He might get 7 health from List from the Mare. Good gracious. That's another big German control victory. List said, yo, that first match was nothing. I will backpack us to the finals.
Stand for
North America.
the goddamn airport. Damn airport.
And that's an all-European final, baby. Let's take a look at the bracket.
Last one.
So that is an Ari Big Ben and Bison and List final. We are going to take a quick commercial break. We are going to be back with you very shortly for an extremely exciting finals. A best of 5. Now, both players, and by both, I mean both teams, both players on both teams, 4 men, all now have access to their... You cut me off. You cut my mic. They'll have access to their second decks and can choose to play those second decks before their first. So we might see the decks we've seen. We might see some new decks finally. The finals are a fickle mistress. We'll be back in 5.
Welcome, Cards fanatics, to the Cards World Heavyweight Tag Team Championship 2022. This is Rocco Giordano, CEO of Team Heavy Productions. And today, we have a lot of sponsors to read off. We have a $400 prize for some very, very, very talented cards players out there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome one, welcome all. All right, we're going to get straight into it. So, we got, first off, we got a crazy list of sponsors here, okay? We got youtube.com. I love that site. I watch so many videos, so many funny cat videos, so many. I watch unlimited YouTube videos. I spend all day in bed watching YouTube. All right? So, we got YouTube out here. I love that site. Can't speak highly enough about it. YouTube TV, you get a 1 hour free trial of any TV show you want. You can watch 1 episode, 2 episodes if it's a 30-minute show. I love it. All right. That's great. Xbox 360, not to be confused with Xbox One. We are sponsored by Xbox 360. Thank you very much for your sponsor. Red Ring of Death does not happen anymore. Weezer Tour. So, that song, hip, hip, where, there's an island on the sun. I don't know the rest of the lyrics, but it's awesome. They're on tour right now, 2022. Buy your tickets now. They're selling quick. Ed Hardy. We all love Ed Hardy. Hardy? we all know Ed Hardy. I love his clothes. Thank you, Ed. Okay, Family Guy. What are those good old-fashioned values on which we used to rely? Okay, this is Family Guy, Stewie Grown Up. New show. Bucket Hat Gaming. Don't know much about that. Okay, we're going to skip past that sponsor. Very nice. Target. It's the store. It's like Walmart, but Crosshair, not Walmart. Okay. This one I frequent a lot when I am in the Newark, New Jersey area. Family Liquors, Newark, New Jersey, down on Broad Street. Check it out. I got a Voodoo Ranger from there. Got me twisted. I am done tonight. All right. GameSpot, not to be confused with GameSpot or GameStop. Sorry, I know I get them mixed up. It is not a scam. People comment on their advertisements saying they're a scam. They're not a scam. They are a game seller. They sell games, and they are great. They have so many games on there. I got Crash Bandicoot on sale, $30 off of retail price. $40 it was. Retail price. I got it for $30. Okay. That's great. So Berkshire Hathaway, they are I guess a realtor, the retail or a real no, I don't know. I don't really know. I think they're a developer. They're great. They do houses, they do apartments, they build big buildings. All right. Next up, we got Etney Skateboards. They sent us skateboards, which we threw out because we only skate Element, Toy Machine, and Tony Hawk. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so we got GamerBox. It is a subscription service. They send you Funko Pops. They send you fucking gamer snacks. They got limited flavor Mountain Dews. They have other shit gamers like. They love that shit with the creatine. What is that? G Fuel. That's our next sponsor, G Fuel. Love that shit. Okay, GoBrides.net. I got a couple good ones on there. We got divorced, but we had a thing. We had a good thing going. All right, Macintosh computers. If you don't know about Steve Jobs, you know now. He makes great products. Okay, Crack and Kratom. I'm off it right now. Actually, I'm very. If you noticed, I am very calm. I am very relaxed. I am like right here. I'm staring at the camera. That's because I'm off Kratom. All right, we got Urban Decay. I don't. What's Urban Decay? Oh yeah, they do makeup. So I saw it on TikTok and I was like, that makeup kit looks great. I got one for somebody I knew. All right, our next sponsor. I love this one, Fleshlight. All right, next up, Pink Sauce. You know Pink Sauce? It's a TikTok like trend right now. I don't know. Everybody's buying the pink sauce. They're saying it's like they don't know how like the ingredients. They don't know the calories. They don't know like if it's like actually food safe. They are selling it as a non-food product. Although you can put it on sandwiches and you should because that's what it's made for. It's great. It tastes great. I love that shit. All right. Next up, my favorite sponsor so far. This is something that I think that there should be a law that everybody in the United States should have this. Like sent in the mail. I don't know, I don't know, some sort of whatever. Voodoo Ranger. Okay. Next up. We got Ugami debit card for gamers. I love this. They made a debit card for gamers. And you get these things. You spend money. Say my fridge. I looked at my fridge today. No Mountain Dew. So I went over to Walmart. Guess what I got? Code Red. And guess what? You get these things called Oogie Points, right? Oogie Points. UGIPOINTS, I think. And what happens is those are reward points that, you can go on the what is it called? Ugami website. And you can spend these Oogie points on gamer gifts for yourself, gamer gifts for your friends, more Funko Pops, which we are not sponsored by. And what I spent all my Oogie points on, our next sponsor, Dude Wipes. Are they flushable? I'm not sure. They're pretty big. They don't look flushable. Like most plumbers say that, flushable wipes, you're not supposed to flush them down. These ones definitely probably not, but I can't say. They say they're flushable on the packaging. Dude Wipes. Counter-Strike global offensive. It's a game. White Owl. We are sponsored by White Owl Cigarillos. And I love these because they taste so good. They have so many flavors. I actually, most people buy them for smoking weed. I guess I just love the taste of the natural tobacco. I don't take anything out of it. I love it. They are not a blunt wrap to me. They are a perfect cigar. my next sponsor here, Adam and Eve. It's an adult website. All right, next up, McDonald's. Ba da ba ba ba. So next sponsor. All right, Tinder. It's a site I use a lot. Gotta say, I have a decent amount of success on this one. And it all is because of this one picture up here. I'm gonna point towards it, and they're gonna put something on the screen here.
All right, those minions are crazy. Let's cut away from that. All right, we're ready to start our finals here. We're following Bison. Remember, the finals are going to be best of 5. And these players now have access to their second decks, so Bison could be choosing between his mobilized deck that we've seen him play expertly today or a U.S. frontline deck. And he is going up against Wild Eyes, who has done really well today with his self-damage France ally, but will also have U.S. frontline in his back pocket as a second deck to choose from for this first matchup.
Sponsors.
Watching the wheel spin. Just a couple minutes for our players to get organized. To get themselves in a finals mindset.
And not a single drop in connection. This thing's been running full time.
That was very nice.
Lancaster Internet. By the way, this our studio here, our wonderful Lancaster studio. This was who's the Pennsylvania president?
The Pennsylvania president.
President who?
Calhoun?
No. Forgot his name. Anyway, that president, the worst president in United States history.
Wild Eyes wants to finish watching the commercial.
I'm sorry, we cannot go. I cannot go back into the commercial. One of our tournament players wants to go back and watch the commercials.
It'll be on YouTube.
It will be on YouTube, and we're gonna play it at the end for sure.
I'm gonna need to alt F4 the game because this is gonna time out spectate mode for sure. Oh wait, no! I was gonna do it. Those are good commercials.
They are great commercials.
All right, Bison playing. Oh, we're right back into Mobilize here. He's not going into his front line. Both players playing their first decks.
Playing the finals.
They had a choice. They made it.
He's getting rid of the Potez. I keep calling them the Botez because of those. Types like.
I was typing. And I also type like a monk.
You type like a monk.
You have a girl's keyboard.
Gosh, keyboard. Best keyboard. We are also sponsored.
We're not
So
sponsored
I'll
by them.
remind. Yes. Remember the bit? You haven't heard about Steve Jobs? You've heard of it.
Oh, we are.
we are sponsored by Bank.
I forgot.
You goon.
All right, Bison. Holding on to a honey, holding on to a big keef. Looks like he's thinking about passing here. Can't really make too big of a move. Doesn't maybe want to open himself up to the massive amounts of removal and little pings that Wild Eyes is holding. All the sickles. Another Kiefer. Both Keith? Wait, is this guy live? No, we that's the second time we ran through the ad.
Yeah, Chris is live every time we do
Who?
that ad. Gaius Baltar, what's his name? Tony?
Mr.
Oh, look, it's the Tinder bit.
Mr. Giordano?
Mr. Giordano is the CEO. We hired him as a marketing intern, like unpaid, and he
Rose through the ranks
he
and
just
now is your
threats,
boss.
Just threats every day. We got threats.
This is unhinged. It says Baron. I don't know how you guys think these tournaments could happen without all the advertisers.
It's wild costs. I never took back my router. I'm still. But that's
Everybody's all right. Like they're gonna be,
it's the
they're
best
gonna be
part.
mad that we came away from the
We
ads.
did already a long time ago. They're over about. Quite silly.
Flower visible near the mark. Oh, we would just use real cocaine,
That would be
TV.
so funny. Fuck. Damn it.
TV, you're on the writing staff. You're supposed to have those before the event. I want him to hear me crack this Voodoo Ranger.
Why are you lying? Go
Yeah,
drink
it's
the
a
Voodoo
can of
Ranger
Coke.
if you're gonna drink the Voodoo
There's
Ranger.
only one. It's not mine.
It's yours. If you want that. I don't like Voodoo. I mean,
Whoa. What I think you mean to say is that's your Voodoo Ranger and you'd kill me before you'd let me have it.
You're allowed to have it.
I'll have like a music. Like, we don't have like a sitcom happy music after you say
Ranger
something.
Voodoo theme.
Told the witch doctor. Wild Eyes has assembled himself a nice little board here. Bison with a little extra health, but he's sort of staring down 8 damage right now, and it looks like he's going to take it. I thought he might pin the tank, but not currently worried about damage. 34th guards come up. Looks like this will just be a full turn of board operation for Wild Eyes,
Wow.
and he'll add the engineers onto the end. Bison has some options here, though. We got Potes, we've got mobilized units, we've got a possible radar from our research to heal. We've got draw. Like we're going to throw down 1 Kiefer. Heal, and we're going to get some pings. Conservative turn. Yeah. Rough. Might have to Potes and triple regiment here. I'm not really sure quite what else Bison can do. Right now he's staring down 19 damage. He's staring down lethal. He could get up to 20 health and survive for a single turn. If he doesn't draw an answer, I don't know that.
What was that? Okay.
Air
Taking
landing
13
brigade.
damage now?
Yep.
damage on 1, 2, 3 credits.
Puts
3 more
down
credits to
a
do.
regiment so that he has another unit to try and trade with. Bison's been so strong with this deck today. It looks like it's just met its match. Both players didn't want to get cute, didn't want to question anything, went right back to their bread butter deck that they've played already 4 or 5 times today. Have the reps with. Of course, Bison,
Potez,
the most known mobilized player, I think. Of course, Wild Eyes at 9 health, able to just find a bunch of healing if and when he needs it. It's just not enough.
Not enough. Russian Tide there.
All right, so that is going to leave us in game 2 with List versus Ari. So List is going to have a choice between his control deck that he has been playing really well outside of the quarterfinals and Feigned Retreat, which we have seen work well today. And Ari has a choice between his Resistance deck and a Brit Japan Commandos deck, something that we have not all day. Be really interesting if that could be the matchup we get here now. Looks like we are going to follow Ari for this match. I saw you. You clicked.
Panicked.
You clicked a lot of
I
things.
just kept clicking.
All right, we're right into Ari versus List here. Right, Bison losing game 1 to Wild Eyes. Get a big fat 1 beside that. And we've got Resistance versus Jagro. List being the first man to break into a finals deck here. He brings Feigned Jagro, but a buff wagon turn 1 basically means, hey man, I didn't draw very well. What are you gonna do? Yeah, you're gonna get a Befell's opening off of your buff wagon. But Ari obviously holding plenty of pieces here. Go with this exact sort of. Ari making sure that we've seen his Resistance deck today, just in case he thought that maybe we hadn't, or make sure that we've seen his Resistance deck today. Expertly piloted. That battery, or no, I'm sorry. Battery, that was at least 6. Interesting. Just chooses to destroy the units in the front line with the bombing raid. Knows that he has to draw this out as much as possible. Last right's a little early, not going to be super helpful for him. Arming the Resistance as well, not super great. Maybe working up to another big naval operation here. A lot of Shinhotos. At every bit of damage going to really get Ari sweating here. Liberation certainly going to help. No, this is a stylistic choice where we want you to try to envision yourself in the shoes of the player that we're following. You know as much as they know. Try to make the best decisions that you can. Huge play by List. Getting that key off the board, that scary key. Raw Befels starting to maybe turn this around. Here comes that sweet, sweet AoE.
Juiced Tora.
Usually drawing Sheeden early is bad, but List might not. 8 an early Sheeden now. Another Shinhoto. Big damage here. Worried about the Sheeran though. Knows that as Jagro, he's got damage. Got it in spades. Big decision.
Can't know
I,
what's in his hand.
I tried to do like a big decision like golf, like really nice like pause, but he took a while to make that play. The timing wasn't as great, but
Oh, Tora, okay.
it's important
got
that
an
List
option.
does him, you know, that's the most important
He
thing.
gets his key back.
Oh yeah, there's he can't because 2 damage would kill him. Has to liberate first. Like how I pointed on screen, like that's gonna come across. Came across to you,
Point at the camera.
Babe Ruth. Sitting on 10 health now.
Sponsored by Babe Ruth.
Long may he rest. No, seriously, if he comes back. Tugboat raid command. Woo! A big feigned, throwing so much away, including Sheeden, which could have been the turn 8 play for 4 damage to face, but says I have 3 damage to face with Shinhoto for 1 cheaper. Naval operations don't hit Sheeden's. Now the key back in play. This is going to be a tight race down to the wire here. A gun goes down. Continue to draw, and another naval operation. That is huge. Doesn't matter how much List gets out with this. With this retreat, this turn. Oh, he's got to spend 2 to make that 3 count now. He's got to spend the 2 operation to get that 3 damage in. Put him into a situation where hopefully Ari has to use the key to take a trade. Won't be able to go face because of facing lethal. Gonna have to make a trade, but doesn't because it's just going to naval. And liberate, get some health back. Ari drawing exactly what he needs. Sits him on lethal. Still do 2 damage. Can still do 3 damage with the Tora in hand. Throws the kamikazes. Senses he has him on the Not sure what Jagro is going to be able to do to get rid of that key, unless he has 2 types that he can slam down.
Oh,
That maybe a sheet in. He could sheet in with the buff wagon. It'd be 5.
that's not what you want to
That's
see.
he's looking for answers, any kind of cheap answer. Search and Hoto. That would only be 4, 5. Hold on, we're already fucking this up. Didn't Bison lose the first round? We can't fuck up the finals. He does find pin. Hoping to survive a turn. Bombing raid will take care of the Artie. List not done. Does Ari just throw down to the last man? Or does he just... Now he finds enough Torres and Kamikazes. He puts it together. Up 2-0 now.
2-0.
Looking for the sweep. France, Team France on its last legs. Make sure that I remember.
Right, because you
All right, just organizing our game 3 here as Wild Eyes and Ari look for the final sweep, become our reigning and interim champions. All right. Could this be it? Could this be the last game of the Cards 2022 World Heavyweight Tag Team Championship?
Game point.
Or
Match point.
can we start to force some championship rounds out of this series? Will it go a full 5?
Can we get another resistance fatigue style bash possible in this matchup?
Well, it is Wild Eyes versus Bison, it looks like. The two players that have elected to represent their team. Both of them have yet to play their U.S. Frontline deck. U.S. Frontline Mirror.
Oh,
So this could come down to simply who goes first. Could get a lot more complicated than that, but it also could just come down to who is able to go first and get the front line and then never let go of it. So
got the cursor trapped.
Bison hoping dearly first deliver his team another round.
Did they really?
No, I don't
Oh. We're doing great. We're
All right, our players are assembling.
Don't worry about it. Game's not over first. Second of all, you said you didn't want any NFL spoil.
Until the game was over.
Yeah, it's not over.
Right, we just long walk to for those two individuals.
They're furiously scrubbing backwards to watch the commercials. They're clipping their own archive. Justin Fields, 98 yards. Almost has more tossing. Hmm.
Yeah, we're gonna see if old spec mode got timed out here.
Wherever it is. That's my coat.
All right, we're in. Bison going first. This is our best opportunity to see some more high level cards action here. The U.S. mirror is afoot, but he's gonna need a 1-drop to really make going first count. Really wants to see a chocolate boy here. Maybe a red devil. He's gonna get none of them. That's so disappointing. Really painful for Bison here. Hopefully not going to see a 1-drop from Wild Eyes, but it looks like we are. It looks like he's already Already touching one. Going to be so important, the front line in this. Whoever takes it first, if they're able to keep it, then they're just going to win. Engineer, so that could be much worse for Bison. Chooses not to kill it, chooses to put his PIR down, wants to take the front line for himself next turn. Maybe kill the unit in the front line if it's a Panzer 35T. He can kill it with the sudden strike, take the front line for himself. Gonna be a battle. Oh, how long was that like that? Oh no, it is the Red Devils. He can no longer afford both. Gonna cost him the full 3 of his turn to kill that with sudden strike. He's gonna spend 2 to kill it with the unit and get a chocolate boy down. Tactical decision here now to have that second unit, very important. Does it show? Big turn here for Wild Eyes. These are some of the most consequential turn 3s and turn 2s that we're going to have. Yeah, so many people have gotten giveaway codes that only like 5 people are in it now. Ooh, the full line of chocolate. 35T could be extremely useful here for Bison. How does he manage this? Try to take the front line. Say that he 3 units in the front line this turn. Force the triple trade. I can try to go wide and play for the front line afterward.
Ed. Foolish.
Ed wins giveaways and world championship. Incredible second place here. Right now, someone's going to get second place in the tag team tournament. Go home with nothing except for 6 hours of their lives missing.
Experience, Ben. Keeping it together.
True. It's a huge PIR, a huge fragile PIR. Interesting. I could have from Bison maybe seen the sudden strike there and then moving 2 units into the front line. Thanks to YouTube. Oof. That's a dandy way to lose your SkyTrain. Half track could also be big and extremely helpful in this situation. Looking for a way to maybe get Sherman draw right now, right here. The first Sherm draw of the U.S. frontline match goes to Bison. By going first was important. Greedy ass PIR has only buffed himself.
So many more of those.
No, I need more ammunition. I need more ammunition.
Very useful spread around.
It can, of course, only go to infantry, so. Wild Eyes holds his own serve with Sherman draw. That medical battalion, though, could make that PIR unit a lot more annoying. 12-3 is certainly more annoying than a 12-1. Especially if the Shermans trade. Of course, now we're expensive. A lot of things Bison could do here, including we can do it. Wouldn't be a terrible move either. But it looks like he's going for medical battalion. We'll probably see him, yep, swing with the Sherman. I would assume get a chocolate boy. Oh, why not? All right, and everything back to full health. PIR only ever touching itself.
Let's go.
Will not stop touching itself.
Please, PIR. Please
15.
Please hit for 19 damage.
Low infantry, not too much of an issue for Wild Eyes. Not diving across with his.
It's Sherman into PIR or something.
Well, right now, the Sherman could come across, get a 5th damage from the engineers, and kill the 0-5 medical. But Wild Eyes seems to be. Definitely needs that thing dead. For all he knows. PIR. PIR no longer large. That's what you get for touching yourself the whole damn time. Big swing. Big swing for Wild Eyes. Could perhaps 5 trade his Sherman into the other Sherman. His Sherman 5 for 7. Move his chocolate boy front line. 8th and final credit. That's a nice dive bombing. I have similar visions on a good line. What a good line in this situation looks like. Holding on to that Hellcat is very useful. Holding on to that Engineers with the Hellcat. Extra damage is useful. A lot of those same plays are going to be afforded to Wild Eyes as well. He could get a little crazy. He could put the Hellcat down, and then he could use the order onto the half track and then attack Hellcat, which is a lot of overkill, but then the Hellcat doesn't die, and then he can sit it in the front line. Just be like, listen, if you want to trade your ambush unit into the Hellcat, then so be it. He could also draw off that. No, he'd be 1 credit short. Puts PIR back down so that it can give itself 9 buffs. Tyson goes conservative. Has to get himself some health. PIR now is a stronger unit, but once that 4-1 ambush unit gets to the front line, that could be a nuisance. He also right now has to hope that Wild Eyes is not running a island hopping. 3 damage from the half track would trigger island hopping if he was able to lay it this turn, and then things would start to get pretty snowbally. Bison's Sherman sort of trapped in his hand. He's going to need that front line if he wants to make those useful. Kill that ambush unit. And still have the engineers survive. So that play is definitely available to him. Of course, the dive bombing also just murders it. Will work very well. Ooh, just goes 0 op cost beef. He wants the line. He'll have the line. Wild Eyes. Just give me the line. So a half track here is probably a good play to send one of the 5-4s back. The other 5-4 gets traded by the 4-6. 1 cost dive bombing kills the 5-1. It only leaves the in the front line. That's not the worst. Also, kill the ambush unit with 1-5. Push the 5-4 back, and then it would be able to be killed with strap bomb in the bombing raid. But that was wild line. Hefty engineer. I take the front line back. And knows that he needs to draw off of Sherman. Or this is going to be honor. Oof. So much for that huge strap bomb. Bison might have an incredible strap bomb back. He's going to be really hopeful that Wild Eyes does not have exactly that blitz. It's a good trade, though. Would have liked to use that with his Shermans. It doesn't look like it's going to work out for Bison. I'm not quite sure how he's going to be able to pull this together off of the back foot. We might see a sweep in our finals.
All Sherman.
Again for no blitz so that he can his own Sherman draw. Could be his only. He could take the front line with the Sherman, play his other Sherman to draw 2, play island hopping and hit face. Trigger the island hopping with the Hellcat's going to stop all of that.
We know if either of them have island hopping?
Bison's, that's the card in Bison's hand all the way to the left.
Oh, yeah.
I would have to take a look at Wild Eyes' deck list. I'm not super confident that he's running it. I would take a look, but this is too close to enthralling. Oh no, the buffs. The buffs. This has got to be it. Surely this is a winning position. The sudden strike kills the 5-4, no problem. So he can survive. He can actually clear the entire board here. Right. Strap bombing, sudden strike, and then trading with the Sherman will kill the entire board. But again, Wild Eyes with just a small need for blitz units to pull off taking the front line again and probably wrapping the matchup. Looks like he sees it. This is going to be the line. Wild Eyes and Ari just winning mirror matches today, winning resistance mirror matches, trying to put the U.S. frontline mirror match in their pocket as well for a championship. $400. That's better than bingo night. So you'll see, he's pinning it all. He needs draw. I mean, obviously, he could maybe get like a Red Devils off the top. That would blitz every time. Wild Eyes just has blitz every time. Unfortunate. Incredibly unfortunate. Whew. Might be a death now. You're doing a good funeral dirge. Yes, the only.
That's one of my favorites.
I prefer it played with a trumpet though.
Very nice. I like the background.
Because of Wild Eyes playing Washington. It looks like Bison just sort of giving up. I am at the slaughter. One of the fastest sets of the day is actually going to be the final set.
Is that France? Taking it all?
No, France losing.
No!
Another we can do it. Wild Eyes totally in the driver's seat.
Losing everything today.
Losing everything today,
They
France.
lost to Argentina.
Not much to say at this point. Bison will take his lumps. Hard fought, but it's going to be the team of Wild Eyes and Ari Big Ben. Wild Eyes and his invitation, sending it to Ari Big Ben saying, please join my side. You were in last year, but you were in with not me. And look how that went. And today it goes a lot better. Ari Big Ben, Wild Eyes, your 2022 Cards World Heavyweight Champion. This they win this.
Gold.
They win US dollars.
Real. These are $20 bills.
Sent through the mail.
Through the mail. We have to send it 3 or 4 times. People steal it every single time.
Congratulations to the new champions.
Congratulations.
Hopefully one day we can merge these belts. We can have a reunification between the champions who never lost, Zilda and Kowalski, and the champions that have been newly crowned and have also never lost, Ari Big Ben and Wild Eyes.
Wild Eyes.
We want to thank everybody for joining us today. We're going to get these fine battlers paid out. Thank you for hanging out in the stream today. It was a long one. It was an efficient 6 hours. A nice, smooth, mistake-free.
No mistakes.
6 hours, paltry compared to.
We both looked over there expecting TB to be like, "That the finals aren't over."
Yeah.
It's 2-1.
We've been known to do that.
How does ESPN do it? The scores on the screen are right the whole.
They pay a lot of people that do it a lot. Good
1939.
money.
Pay us.
No,
Run
clearly
over
they
to
shouldn't
him
pay
and-
us.
Yeah, you should.
This is the proof of
Look
concept
at
that
the
someone should pay us to
production
do this.
design. Look at the production.
Okay, yeah, they should pay.
Welcome, Cards fanatics, to the Cards World Heavyweight.
Cards World Heavyweight Tag Championship.
Welcome, Cards fanatics, to the Cards World Heavyweight Tag Team Championship 2022. This is Rocco Giordano, CEO of Team Heavy Productions. And today, we have a lot of sponsors to read off. We have a $400 prize for some very, very, very talented cards players out there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome one, welcome all. All right, we're going to get straight into it. So, we got, first off, we got a crazy list of sponsors here, okay? We got youtube.com. I love that site. I watch so many videos, so many funny cat videos, so many. I watch unlimited YouTube videos. I spend all day in bed watching YouTube. All right? So, we got YouTube out here. I love that site. Can't speak highly enough about it. YouTube TV, you get a 1 hour free trial of any TV show you want. You can watch 1 episode, 2 episodes if it's a 30-minute show. I love it. All right. That's great. Xbox 360, not to be confused with Xbox One. We are sponsored by Xbox 360. Thank you very much for your sponsor. Red Ring of Death does not happen anymore. Weezer Tour. So, that song, hip, hip, where, there's an island on the sun. I don't know the rest of the lyrics, but it's awesome. They're on tour right now, 2022. Buy your tickets now. They're selling quick. Ed Hardy. We all love Ed Hardy. Hardy? we all know, we all know Ed Hardy. I love his clothes. Thank you, Ed. Okay, Family Guy. What are those good old-fashioned values on which we used to rely? Okay, this is Family Guy, Stewie Grown Up. New show. Bucket Hat Gaming. I don't know much about that. Okay, we're going to skip past that sponsor. Very nice. Target. It's the store. It's like Walmart, but Crosshair, not Walmart. Okay. This one I frequent a lot when I am in the Newark, New Jersey area. Family Liquors, Newark, New Jersey, down on Broad Street. Check it out. I got a Voodoo Ranger from there. Got me twisted. I am done tonight. All right. GameSpot, not to be confused with GameStop. Sorry, no, I get them mixed up. It is not a scam. People comment on their advertisements saying they're a scam. They're not a scam. They are a game seller. They sell games, and they are great. They have so many games on there. I got Crash Bandicoot on sale, $30 off of retail price. $40 it was. Retail price. I got it for $30. Okay. That's great. So Berkshire Hathaway, they are I guess a realtor, the retail or a real no, I don't know. I don't really know. I think they're a developer. They're great. They do houses, they do apartments, they build big buildings. All right. Next up, we got Etney Skateboards. They sent us skateboards, which we threw out because we only skate Element, Toy Machine, and Tony Hawk. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so we got GamerBox. It is a subscription service. They send you Funko Pops. They send you fucking gamer snacks. They got limited flavor Mountain Dews. They have other shit gamers like. They love that shit with the creatine. What is that? G Fuel. That's our next sponsor, G Fuel. Love that shit. Okay, GoBrides.net. I got a couple good ones on there. We got divorced, but we had a thing. We had a good thing going. All right, Macintosh computers. If you don't know about Steve Jobs, you know now. He makes great products. Okay, Crack and Kratom. I'm off it right now. Actually, I'm very. If you noticed, I am very calm. I am very relaxed. I am like right here. I'm staring at the camera. That's because I'm off Kratom. All right, we got Urban Decay. I don't. What's Urban Decay? Oh yeah, they do makeup. So I saw it on TikTok and I was like, that makeup kit looks great. I got one for somebody I knew. All right, our next sponsor. I love this one, Fleshlight. All right, next up, Pink Sauce. You know Pink Sauce? It's a TikTok like trend right now. I don't know. Everybody's buying the pink sauce. They're saying it's like they don't know how like the ingredients. They don't know the calories. They don't know like if it's like actually food safe. They are selling it as a non-food product. Although you can put it on sandwiches and you should because that's what it's made for. It's great. It tastes great. I love that shit. All right. Next up, my favorite sponsor so far. This is something that I think that there should be a law that everybody in the United States should have this. Like sent in the mail. I don't know, I don't know, some sort of whatever. Voodoo Ranger. All right. Next up. We got Ugami debit card for gamers. I love this. They made a debit card for gamers. And you get these things. You spend money. Say my fridge. I looked at my fridge today. No Mountain Dew. So I went over to Walmart. Guess what I got? Code Red. And guess what? You get these things called Oogie Points, right? Oogie Points. UGIPOINTS, I think. And what happens is those are reward points that, you can go on the what is it called? Ugami website. And you can spend these Oogie points on gamer gifts for yourself, gamer gifts for your friends, more Funko Pops, which we are not sponsored by. And what I spent all my Oogie points on, our next sponsor, Dude Wipes. Are they flushable? I'm not sure. They're pretty big. They don't look flushable. Like most plumbers say that, flushable wipes, you're not supposed to flush them down. These ones definitely probably not, but I can't say. They say they're flushable on the packaging. Dude Wipes. Counter-Strike global offensive. It's a game. White Owl. We are sponsored by White Owl Cigarillos. And I love these because they taste so good. They have so many flavors. I actually, most people buy them for smoking weed. I guess I just love the taste of the natural tobacco. I don't take anything out of it. I love it. They are not a blunt wrap to me. They are a perfect cigar. My next sponsor here, Adam and Eve. It's an adult website. All right, next up, McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. So, next sponsor. All right. Tinder. It's a site I use a lot. Gotta say, I have a decent amount of success on this one. And it all is because of this one picture up here. I'm gonna point towards it, and they're gonna put something on the screen here, and that's my picture that I get the most you know what off of. All right, next, Magic the Gathering, the game right now. Okay, that's a great game. They got cards, they got mana points, it's like a fantasy sort of game. I know people that play it. They say it's good. All right, next up, we got Tap Out clothing brand. Tap Out. I guess they're not the UFC. I think they have Under Armour or something else now. I don't know. Tap Out. All right. Next sponsor, Gamers Gate. Okay. This is a gray market game retailer, not a scam. It's the least safe. It's the least safe right now compared to Kinguin and G2A, but it is not a scam. It's not a scam. They will not steal your credit card information. This is not games that are bought off of stolen credit cards. This is a completely legitimate site. I actually recently bought Goat Simulator for 79 cents. 79 cents for Goat Simulator. That is, let me look right now. 70% off of MSRP. That is retail price of $5. And that is what percent? I'm not going to do the math right now, but that's a lot. That's a lot of percent. Okay. Next up, we got new Mario game. I was playing it, pretty shit. I don't know what to do. I mean, I think it's a platformer, but they're also trying to do like a little Grand Theft Auto thing, a little bit of like RPG. I don't get it. All right, next sponsor, Oakley Sunglasses. They block out the sun. All right. Next sponsor, Crypto.com. I buy and sell. I trade a lot on this sucker. You're going to love this site. All right. Next sponsor, Bespoke. It is much like the gamer box, except it is not a box for gamers. It is a box for men, and men only. And I'll tell you what, they send you hatchets. They send you. They send you stupid shit. They send you stupid shit in the mail. I don't get it. It's like they send. They send you good stuff. All right. Next up, Deezer. You don't know a song? Is that? Oh, no, that's Shazam. Wait, is Deezer the same as Shazam? Old file sharing website. Somebody in the audience said it's an old file sharing website. But you know, it's great. It's great. Whatever. All right. Next up, movie coming out soon. Seinfeld 2: The Revenge of Kramer. All right. Next up, Raw. Do they mean the weed company Raw? Next sponsor, SmackDown versus Raw. No, it wasn't the weed company before. Okay. Next sponsor up, AOC? AOL. So AOL.com. What's that sound? Oh, dial up. All right. Cookie butter cold brew from Dunkin' Donuts. It's actually pretty good. It tastes like a Starbucks drink. It doesn't taste like Dunkin' Donuts. It's actually pretty good. I actually love this drink in real life. I love it. Okay. Next sponsor, Taco Bell wings. You should try out the Taco Bell wings. They're pretty good. I didn't think they were going to be good. Everything else from Taco Bell, not that great, but like not that bad. Taco Bell wings, pretty good. All right. Next sponsor, Forever 21. They're still open. They're online. All the brick and mortar is closed to my knowledge. They're still open. All right. Next sponsor, 21 Savage. 21 Savage new album. So excuse me. I need some Voodoo Ranger. All right, next sponsor, Heelys. Their band. When I went to not high school, when I went to elementary school, everybody was riding in Heelys. All right, every single person I knew was riding in these fuckers. And guess what? I got a pair. I could not ride for shit, but you know what's even better? They were banned before I learned how to ride. Next up. Ripstick. Can't believe they still make these. I mean, that is honestly insane. People still ride these things. All right, next up. Jaden K's Ripstick tutorials. You can watch them on YouTube, I think. I don't know if I'm not sure about that. Next sponsor, U.S. Army. All right. Next up, we got a very special sponsor here. I used to use this